A very good evening to round 2 of the FTR event Sim 3D GT series. We've got 4 classes in action: GT3 Pro, GT3 AM, GT4 and TCR. Welcome to the Hockenheim ring in the Baden-Württemberg region, just off of the Rhine in Germany. And what's more, qualifying is underway for the final part heading into this 4-hour race. And my name is Alex Goldschmidt, and once again, I'm glad to be reunited to my favourite Scottish commentator of all time. Hello, Mr. David Christie. How are you, buddy?
You said you were going to call me Scottish Bay, but, well, I'll take commentator. It's fine. Listen, I'm just delighted. I'm not on my own tonight. Hooray! Alex, it's fantastic to have you on board here. It's fantastic to have Daniel Costello behind the scenes doing all the pictures tonight. Round 2 is going to be absolutely amazing. Round 1 was just nuts. I mean, I cannot even remember all that much about it. What I do remember, however, is Porsche after Porsche after Porsche going round and round and round after those brand new GT3 changes.
Yes, indeed. This circuit established back in 1932, but the current circuit variation we're going to be using is 4.574 kilometers in length. 4.35. It's the outer circuit. This circuit, or the more Grand Prix conventional circuit, has been used since 2002. Has hosted the likes of the DTM, currently a GT3 Spec Series, TCR Europe, GT World Challenge Europe, and also most recently in 2019 the Formula 1 German Grand Prix. It's going to have a little bit less than the normal 17 terms. As you can see, 52% humidity, very strong wind of about 19 kilometers an hour, 18 degrees. But David, I mean, you know, we've already had teams come under the kibosh when it comes to the stewards. We've had 2 of the GT4 teams banned from qualifying, so they've got to do a top gear from the rear. It's the 226 of Big One Club and the 213 of Racing Walrus. ATRS Academy 12, they had entered under the wrong team name to the entry list, so thereby get a qualifying ban for race 3 at Barber Motorsports Park next month. But you know, we straight away, I mean, from Road Atlanta to Hockenheim, you couldn't get any 2 different circuits if you tried.
You absolutely couldn't. And with Hockenheim, it's such a wonderful, fast-flowing circuit. It's very wide, but I think that it's a lot shorter than Road America, and I think that the potential for chaos is a lot more than what we had at round 1. The other thing to bring into factor as well is that safety cars were an absolute nightmare in round 1. We had, what was it? I think 7 safety cars in the first half an hour of the race. It was brutal. But again, it was just a case of getting everybody calmed down, getting themselves into the rhythm, and getting moving. And interesting to see that Tom Mayle has already taken blame for that ATRS penalty in the YouTube
and Alice
chat.
has just said, Alice has just said for the right of penalty, laugh out loud. But also with regards to the safety cars, there has been a change courtesy of the stewarding team. We also have to say a big thank you to Go for the Gap and Race Director for bringing their support to the series as well. That what is going to be the case is that waiver rounds will be given by a text command from race control. So that also means, because at Road America we have the TCR class leader waved by. No class leader from now on in this series will get a wave by. However, folks, let's take you through the up-to-date standings after the opening round, last time out at Road America. So it's Prismatic Motorsports Athena that have a 5-point lead in the number 83 car, ahead of Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, with Blue Chip Racing completing the top 3, covered by just 7 points. FTR Esports GT3 will start our 4th, ahead of Writer Racing Panda. Effect Esports, Arctic Racing, 11 tenths Racing Team, Stage 1 Racing Green and RPM tied on 6 points apiece, 9th equal. And then we go all the way down to around about to the majority of the teams actually having secured some points, including Vaporworks, SimSport Team, and Caffeinated Industries. Then along with that, we also have the AM classification. So Pro and AM as part of the series will go out at the same time for qualification. So a bit of a bumper grid. Effect Esports in the 147 have a 4-point lead over Arctic Racing, and 11 tenths Racing Team in the 111 round out the top 3. Stage 1 Racing Green, Backmarker Racing Orange. Hopefully they won't be at the back of the pack here tonight. Sim Racing Grid, Vaporworks SimSport Team, Equipment Geek Racing Vault, Caffeinated Industries, and B Sim Racing #G round out the top 10. Then we go to GT4 for our next classification, and it's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in the 288, the American outfit, ahead by just 2 points ahead of Hugh Jass in the number 237, and we've got a little bit of Brabham Esports in the mix as well, running 3rd and 5th with Blue and Hissing Sid in the 290 and the 287 in 3rd and 5th respectively, and Beehive in the number 207 is stuck right in the middle. Rater Racing Walrus have got a big old mountain to climb, despite the fact that Hockenheim is very much flat. They'll be at the back of the grid for GT4s, but they're 6th at the moment, ahead of Sapphire SimSport Alpha, FTR Esports GT4, RD SimSport, and 49 Motorsports Maroon in the 249, rounding out the top 10. But one of the classes that I know is going to be close quarter, door panel to door panel, is TCR. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix lead the way by 8 points in the 323, ahead of Goryo Autosport, with FTR Esports TCR rounding at the top 3, covered by 10 points. KFM Motorsport, Sapphire SimSport Bravo, Impulse Racing 322, RD SimSport, B Sim Racing P, and Driveline SimSport, who will not be taking part. We were actually informed a little bit earlier on today that 353 entry will not be with us here tonight, so we could be down to 8 TCR cars, and that rounds out the standings. So, David, even after the first round, you said 7 safety cars last time out. I mean, that's absolutely crazy, isn't it?
It is, but I need to add further context, Alex, because that was 7 safety cars within the first 30 minutes of the race.
Oh.
And then we went the rest of the race having like 2 safety cars. That it was a very, very unusual start to the race. And I think it's that whole thing that we hear all the time about safety cars breeding safety cars, like like is such a common thing in NASCAR. But I'm also having a look at the qualifying. Now we're obviously not bringing coverage of the qualifying, but I'm noticing the fact that a lot of the teams that were right up the top mix of those that round one are fairly in the mix in the sort of midfield when it comes to qualifying. We've got a couple of minutes left to go, but I guess, Alex, look, the one question that everybody's asking right now, and if they're not, then they likely will be because it's sim racing and it's this weekend, is Max in this split?
He might not be in this split, but he's definitely had a spin around earlier on today. That's all I'm saying on that one. The less said about that, the better.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously, a huge weekend for sim racing, and again, it just shows the testament for the FTR event Sim 3D GT series that we can pull off a stellar grid like this. What's that? 45 cars taken to the grid, I believe. And that's what times up by 3. My monkey brain is just not working. Probably about 140
well,
drivers?
135. Well, there are some crews that are running with between 4 to 5 drivers apiece, so you could be talking north of 150 drivers combined over the 4-class 45 strong grid, and that's going to be very, very important. But the biggest thing is, I've just noticed that in the pro now, Caffeinated Industries didn't have a good run out last time. They are pretty much level with the 120 of Arctic Racing for the overall pole position. That is simply crazy, isn't it?
It really is. I was also noticing, if we got 3 AMs on the top 3 for pole position. Right, okay, well that's going to be fun when we start reading through the list. By the way, I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler here, Alex. Good luck with the qualifying grid, because you get 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes to do it, and you've got 45 cars to try and read through. It is fun, I can tell you that.
Well, considering my karting experience with 36 senior Rotax drivers on the grid, and you've got a lap to do it, and that lap takes a minute and a half. No. I've been challenged to that before, and you're not the first. You certainly won't be the last, Mr. Christie. But yeah, a whole host of different manufacturers represented in this championship with regards to the fact we'll have the BMW M4, the Porsche 911 and the Mercedes-AMG Evo 2020 represented in GT3 Pro and AM. McLaren 570S, the good old Aston Martin Vantage, and the Mercedes-AMG GT4 in the GT4 class. TCR, it's 2 cars, the Honda Civic Type R and the Hyundai Elantra N TCR. But the only car that has been BOP'd is the Elantra. It's got a 1% power reduction because probably in the fact that and this is before we got things going on at the first round. This is a 7-round championship. And for those wondering, we're going to be at Barber Motorsports Park on the 4th of February, the double header on the 11th of March at Belle in Detroit, Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 8th of April, and the 7th and final round will be at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park on the 6th of May. But Belle Isle is the double header, so it's rounds 4 and 5, 2-hour races, so there's going to be 2 of them. That's going to be absolute carnage there, David, I feel, right at the middle point of the season.
Dear God, yes. And I am ready for it. I am absolutely prepared for it. What I am not prepared for, and again, I feel really bad for this. I didn't want to mention anything to do with qualifying because obviously our viewers can't see anything right now while we bring the build up. However, what the hell is going on? We've got 4 cars within 2/100ths of a second. You've got pole is tied with each other on the same time, and 3rd and 4th is tied with each other on the same time. I have never in my life, real life racing or virtual racing, ever seen anything like that.
David, I'm going to give you the defibrillator right now because the top 18 covered by less than a second. That's how close it is around here at Hockenheim. That is craziness, absolute craziness. And that is a combination of the GT3 Pro and the AMs. So they go out at the same time. We do a split qualifying, but we let the GT3s loose, and then you have double trouble, so to speak. But we're going to have quadruple the trouble around this 4.35 kilometer circuit. But it is one that is steeped in folklore. If anyone might remember a certain Sebastian Vettel muttering the words, well, actually shouting the words down his radio, saying, "Oh God, muss das sein?" or why? Oh God, why has it happened to me? And good to see that Jamie Martin, who's currently at the Auto Sports Show in Birmingham this weekend. Yep, they've got a couple of crews. So Jamie, hope you and everyone that at Prismatic Motorsports over at the Auto Sports Show at the NEC are having a wonderful time there. People were asking me why. But there we go. Here's your starting grid. Christopher Vandervoort for Arctic Racing starts on pole. Aubrey Kundal from Caffeinated Industries, 4 1,000ths behind. Landon Patmore from Sim Racing Grid and Byron Crawford, 11 tenths, ran out the top 2 rows. Loic Lamolle from B Sim Racing G and Bennett Parsons in the 172 THLF Esports car ran out row number 2. Ivo van der Linden from Stage 1 Racing Green, Kunin from Vaporworks, Lars Devan, Egidius Kukstas from Black Marker Racing Orange, running out the top 10. Georgie McKay from Prismatic Motorsports, that will probably be the sister car. There are 2, I think they're, I can't remember the second one, but then we've got, that's in the 128 Prismatic car. Kyle Mundell in the 186 Equipment Geek Racing entry. That's your top 6 rows. And then Chris Pierce in the 185 Equipment Geek Racing car starts 13th. Then we go into the next class. Then we go next up to, well, I did miss what was happening there. Nicholas Larson in the 06 ahead of Richard Cathraw in the 21. Stefan Jones and Patrick Gannon. Yanis Albert and then Justin Nair. Rachel Concoli from the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car, which is leading the Pro GT3 Championship. Eric Staropoli for Aerokinetics and D-Line Racing Red's Tyler Langenberg rounding out that class. Then we go to what will be GT4, and it's Justin Rem from Alpine Stars Geodesic from Tom Mayle from ATRS Academy. 2 American teams, 1 Canadian and 1 Brit on the front row. Jason Landry and Alex Coffard from Beehive and Hugh Jass rounding out the top 2 rows. Callum Brandt from RD Simsport and Sapphire Simsport Alpha's Martin Pearson rounds out the top 6. Harald Stadler from Brabham Esports Hissing Red, and Simon van Dijk from Cloud Racing with Fabio Baracco and Stephen Walcott rounding out the top 10. Keita Maracheshi and Matt Terry rounding out the top 12 in the class. Then Justin Malaika, Dexter Castro, Elias de Vries and Bruno Koki from Big One Club bringing up the rear of the GT4 field. For TCR, it's David Johansson from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Impulse Racing's El Neal, Rob Sutherland, Ryan Chevalier, Daniel White, Oscar Revilla and Stefan Le Guin rounding out the top 7. Now for the formation, we're going to get things underway. So we are waiting with bated breath, and as soon as the Porsche pace car peels in, Mr. Christie, we're going to be ready to go, aren't we?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, oh man, I'm so excited. I really am. Especially having so many of these cars out on track together. Because what we will find during these endurance events, Alex, is that lap traffic, because it's multi-class racing, it makes it so enjoyable. It's so much fun. There's always something going on. With the GT3 cars, they've got to try and safely navigate the TCRs and the GT4s. The TCRs will just be like, please don't hit me. We saw that many times at Road America. But yeah, it's going to be an awesome race. I am so excited and delighted to be sharing it with you, Alex.
Indeed, the apple cart has somewhat been upset here in qualifying, but as they say, David Christie, times are for show in qualifying, but it's points to go when it comes to the racing. And you can there see Justin Ram in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 288 McLaren 570S GT4. And one of the things I love about sim racing, David, is the livery. The livery is the attention to detail. You know, you can have something as wild and wacky as anything, and then you can have something like that which looks pretty gnarly, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. They're just beautiful. The works and the effort that goes into the liveries is just second to none. For some of these people, they'll outsource it to folk that this is their full-time job. That's what they do. They do sim liveries. And yeah, listen, I've tried it a couple of times myself, and it's akin to giving a toddler some Crayola and a wallpaper. It doesn't really go too well, but it's a great thing for it is the fact that anybody can do it, anybody can give it a go. And with so many of these teams and drivers having real life, real world sponsors and partners that are invested in this, obviously they'll maybe be sharing the stream far and wide. They want to be able to represent their brands, represent the partners, and represent the sponsors. So it makes it easier for us as well, because we can then start to ID the cars quite quickly.
Yeah, so they are making their way into Mobile 1. So normally out of the Spitzkehrer, the full current layout of the outer circuit would be the Spitzkehrer, then a short blast into a right-hand kink, and then a very tight left-hander before coming back onto themselves. But along with the Parabolica, which is effectively coming out of turns 2 and 3, the Parabolica is effectively a fast left-hand kink style sweeper, but it's pretty much a straightaway. And then you've got that long run. We're going to see some moves going through from Spitzkehrer through into Mobile 1. The Porsche pace car now peels away from the front of the field. It's Arctic Racing and Caffeinated Industries on the front row. So, ladies and gentlemen, round 2 of the FTR events Sim 3D GT Series has the red light showing on the gantry. They now start to build speed, and the lights are out. We're off and underway. Good start by Arctic Racing, keeping it very nice and neat and tidy through Nordkurve as they go to the Einfahrt Parabolica, which is the complex of turns at turns 2 and 3. We are 3 abreast. It's going to be hard onto the brakes, down the gearbox, into the right-hander, then quickly flick it left and then put the pedal to the metal. Now, Justin Rem leads the GT4 field, ahead of the ATRS Academy FTR number 212. As they make their way through turn number 1, so the GT4's underway. We might have 7 in the TCR cars coming up very shortly as the GT4 field makes its way through. David Johansson for Racing Grid Phoenix leads the field ahead of Impulse Racing 322. FTR Esports TCR rounding at the top 3.
Oh, huge accident for Aubrey Consul in the Caffeinated Industries 157.
Oh,
He's
no.
come a cropper all the way down to P21. We'll get an idea on what happened there, but you just see him flying down the timing towers. That is not what you want to see from such an early point in this race here, Alex.
No, not at all. It's always about getting through that first lap nice and cleanly. And unfortunately for Caffeinated Industries, that's another severe blow dealt with in the first lap of the second round, and they didn't have luck last time out at Road America. But at the moment, we're in the GT3 Pro mix, and there is Brabham Esports. Janis Albert from Germany in the number 62. The 62 representing the BT 62 track focus car. It's been developed by David Brabham's automotive company, keeping the racing heritage very much alive, not just in the real life, but also in the virtual sense, because Brabham Esports are also one of the teams competing in this year's 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual. Janis Albert keeping the car in 4th position, behind backmarker Razzle Dazzle in 3rd, FTR Esports GT3 rounding out the top 3 positions. As Alpine Stars D6 Justin Rem goes quickest of all in GT4, but Nicholas Larsson looking up had one sent up the inside. That was Christoph van der Poel that went up the inside in the 120 to now retake the lead in the Arctic Racing 120 BMW. And now the slipstream really comes into prominence on the long run down from Spitzkauer to Mobile 1. And it's going to be who's going to be the bravest of the brave. Nicholas Larsson looking towards the outside into the approach. Can he get the undercut? Not quite.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful sight, seeing what looks like about 20 GT3 cars come screaming down out of the Spitzkehre there, as you can see in the time screens as well. GT4's big battles going on, but watching this fight just now between Christoph van der Poel and Nicholas Larsson right now, fascinating little fight that's got going on here as you see Aubrey Kundal then, and that is what's happened. So he's been tagged round at Spitzkehre. And to be fair though, that's a relatively minor accident. It's just going to have cost him time, Alex.
Yeah, it was Richard Cawthrow, I think, in the 21 that was just not too far behind, which was backmarker Razzle Dazzle. We will be updated by the stewards as to any decisions for any events that have been investigated in terms of incidents transpiring. But Blue Chip Racing Academy lead the GT3 Pro field, Arctic Racing leading AM, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing leading GT4, and Impulse Racing 322 leading the way in TCR. Tom Mahler in the number 212. That will be the ATRS Academy FTR car. Beehive rounding out the top 3. And Tom Mayle going very, very wide coming out of turn number 1. But the thing is, they also have to watch their incident points here as well. And over the course of the season, the teams were given so effectively, your first penalty comes at 40x penalty points, and then an extra penalty will be at a further 12x incident points. So now, as of 6 minutes and 6:55 p.m., well, 6:55, incident number 1 under investigation. Caffeinated Industries, FTR Esports GT3, and backmarker Razzle Dazzle.
Oh gee, I wonder what that could be, Alex.
I wonder.
I wonder indeed.
Yeah, but the good thing is that now we're getting into, you know, the first few races. We're now on to the first few laps. We're now on to lap number 4, and Nicholas Larsson has got Richard Cawthrow in the number 21 backmarker Razzle Dazzle. Janis Albert has just gone quickest in the class, 1 minute 28.67. So the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo 2020 looks to be on point. Plus also the fact is, we're in these all of these 3 manufacturers when it comes to GT3, we're at their home circuit, aren't we?
Exactly. You know, they're going to know this place like the back of their hand. As you can see, Richard Cawthrow having a look up the inside late on the brakes there, almost gets wiped out there from Nicholas Larsson. I'm going to presume that just looked a lot closer than it actually was there. But, I mean, we're only 5.5 minutes into this 4-hour race here, Alex, and I don't know about you, but this must be really exhausting because there's not much between the top 10. You've got maybe 4 seconds between 10 cars for the GT3s. And then further behind, it's just all these little battles going on. They're starting to fan out a little bit, but this is probably one of the most crucial parts of the race, I think.
Yeah, very much the case. I mean, Stephen Jones is the one that's currently sitting in 4th position. And is the one right up the back bump, well, right up the exhaust pipes, and also the rear engine mounts of Richard Gawthorpe as they come out of the final corner. The double right-hander known as I think it's known as if I remember correctly, the Südkurve. So from south we go north into turn number 1, and again under braking. They seem to, the number 120 seems to have the legs at the moment, but they're coming up to back mark. That is the 185, I believe. That is might be the car up front. No, that's actually my apologies there. That looks to be the 309 TCR car that is currently at the back of the field. That's KFM Motorsports Oscar Revilla. And now, here comes the traffic jam.
May God have mercy on his soul!
Turn around in the back, that was one of the BMWs, that was Landon Patmore in the 191. That was just turned around. That was the Sim Racing Grid BMW M4 GT4. Incident number 2 between 147 Effect Esports to 193 Stage 1 Racing Green, currently under investigation. So incident 2 has been picked up. And now this is where I'm going to use a very good statement by my good buddy Jake Sanson. It's all flotsam and jetsam right now.
Yeah, it's all bobbing about in the water for sure. You've got another TCR car that's thinking, please, for the love of God, just don't touch me, don't hit me. Get on the inside, go round, it's fine. And for the most part, he's absolutely fine, although I do always breathe a rather deep breath in. However, the leaders get their way through. And fascinating GT3 Pro battle going on just now. GT3 AM just now as well. Arctic Racing still ahead of BSIM Racing, the THL FT Sports and 11 Heads Racing team with Vaporworks SimSport team in 5th there, Alex. So, you know, we're just about coming up to 10 minutes gone in this race. We've already got, it's not like that car at the back of the TCRs was an outlier. We're already onto the TCRs.
And making steady progress. Also, I've noticed in TCRs that the 323 of David Johansson is coming under big pressure from the 366. That is FTR Esports TCR's Ryan Chevalier. And now you can see that's Daniel White in the 311, the Gorio Autosport Honda TCR car. So he's currently sitting in the class at the moment, P5 out of the 7. Chris Pearson, the 185. Now, that particular vehicle has been, basically is out after 4 laps, as there was a bit of a wiggle there from one of the Mercedes GT4 cars, I think I just saw behind Tom Mayle in the 212. So 9 minutes in, this really is, and now I'm seeing a real big battle happening a little bit further back in the GT4 class cars, because Matt Terry in the 219, less than 2/10 behind the 249, 49 Motorsport Maroons Dexter Castro. So there are battles all over the shop. This is going to be a tricky one to keep an eye on, folks, but we're going to do our level best.
Side by side as they come out of Spitzcar then, and you can see a 4-way fight here for this GT4 class. And again, it's a case of how hard you want to fight for it at this early in the race here, because Dexter Castro in that 249 machine, he is really pushing it in for 49 Motorsports. He's got Matt and back just behind him there with FTR Esports here. But honestly, it just takes one lock up of the brakes from one of those cars behind, and you get quite a few cars getting sent off into the corner pocket. The other fight that we're getting pointed out to us, thanks to YouTube chat and to Akram, the TCR fight for P2 apparently is absolutely off the chart.
Yeah, well, that actually is now dissipated a little bit because, Ryan Chevalier is about he's getting closer. The gap was about 2/10. Right, Stewart's decision for incident number 1 between 157, 21 and 24. No further action, no one car caused nor could have avoided the incident concerning all 3 vehicles. So effectively, folks, racing incident has been deemed for incident number 1. So I think a very prudent call by race control there, because you got the accordion effect, and it was going to be a case of someone's going to be a little bit later on the brakes than everybody else, and it's just one into several others, and it just happens on the opening lap, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think there's always a little bit of leeway given by the stewards. They understand how hectic the opening couple of laps are. All the cars tightly bunched up. It'd be different if it was on, say, lap 12 or something. The cars are a little bit more spaced out, and there's less excuse for that happening. There's a bit of contact there onto the back of Richard Cawthron there from the RPM racing machine of Patrick Gannon. But again, it just shows you, I mean, we're still, 10 minutes in, and we've still got about 3 seconds separating the top 8 drivers here for GT3 Pro. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, indeed. There's Stephen Jones in the back marker, Razzle Dazzle. Has got Yannis Albert closing in the number 62 Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Now this is for second place in the Pro class, because the Blue Chip Racing Academy car is leading the way. That is currently third in the GT Pro standings. So this just goes to show how quickly you put a track like this, and Yannis Albert has just put in the fastest lap, 1 minute 28.416. The German driver is on a charge in that lovely resplendent British Racing green and gold livery with the Brabham logo just after the air scoop on the bonnet. That's wonderful. I love that kind of livery.
Yeah, it looks absolutely glorious in this German midday sun, shall we call that? Mid-afternoon sun. It's
yes.
One of the two. It looks resplendent either way. It looks beautiful.
But sorry to cut across you, David. Drive-through penalty for decision number 2 on incident 2, 147. Effect Esports gets a drive-through penalty for impacting the back of another vehicle, and that was having collided with Stage 1 Racing Green, number 193.
Yeah, that's obviously been clear-cut for the stewards to decide that and make that decision for themselves. So, oh good lord, that is absolutely frightening, as we've got a proper traffic jam going on. And who was that? Was that Christoph Van der Poel there, who's all the way down 4th position?
Yeah, well, I mean, the funny thing is that was that was the Aston Martin. That was one of the GT4 cars that just got a little bit of a touch, and luckily enough, the driver managed to save that vehicle from being exited stage left unceremoniously. As we have 44 out of the 45 cars that started this race now onto lap number 10. Yannis Albert has definitely got the bit between his teeth. There's Justin Nair from Raider Racing in the number 77, currently 6th in the GT Pro class. Prismatic Motorsports Athena are currently sitting 8th in the number 83. Brie Vidner behind the wheel of that car, so Brie taking the opening stint. Eric Kinetics are ahead of them by about 7.7 seconds. But Justin Nair trying to move up the order, currently sitting P6 behind RPM Racing, but Tom Mayle still keeping in close proximity. This is the battle for the race lead in GT4. Gap between them less than 0.2 of a second. Justin Rem leading the way. Tom Mayle was looking up the inside through into the into the Sachskurve. Now into the next left-hander. They're going to carry the momentum through into the left, into the right. Now into the double right here at Sudkurve. Justin Rem better not go too far outside. Too far wide out of the first right-hander going onto the start-finish straight, and he's flirting with those track limits, is Justin Rem, isn't he, David?
They say cut the course, you're going to have to give up the time gains, I believe is what they would say in iRacing. Listen to me like I know what I'm talking about.
Well, you've done more sim racing than I've ever done, so at least you've got a bit more insight into that one.
It's been a while. What I'm going to say though is I'm delighted that Dan's doing the video and the pictures for us today, because God knows how you'd be able to keep up with all the action going on through the different classes. I mean, you see there the battle for GT4 separated by 2 seconds. This is the fight for TCR. Then you've got second, third, and fourth all duking it out as well here. And again, it's an unenviable task that Dan's got, because you're constantly trying to find where all the battles are. You've got 40 odd cars on there, and you're trying to keep everyone happy. And you'll never
change for the lead. That is a change for the lead in GT4. For the briefest of moments, Tom Mayo got alongside Justin Rem. Lars de Van in the number 147 has entered pit lane. And, well, that McLaren is a lot more slippery than the brick that is behind him, the Affalterbach brick from in the GT4 ranks. But Justin Rem just had that little bit of side draft assistance from Spitzkauer down into Mobile 1, but Tom Mayo's going to look to send it through the first of the right-handers. He's going to get the lead. Justin Rem runs a little bit wide, and now the 2-1-2 of ATRS Academy FTR takes the lead of GT4. But that battle is not just a 2-horse race. You've got the 570 McLaren of Beehive, and then Sapphire Simsport Alpha just behind them as well, and there's the GT4 off the track, and there's carnage into turn 1, carnage into the non-curver. I counted at least 2 GT4s and 2 GT3s, and it all came to blows when one went exit stage left, back end stepped out, and then it was all she wrote.
Yeah, that was Christoph Van der Poot that was caught up in that, many others as well. I don't think there was much damage there, just a little bit of frustration as 6,000 cars trying to get into one corner there, and that was never ever going to happen. We also saw, I'm pretty sure it was McLaren getting just thrown onto the grass on the right hand side of the picture there. Chaos was always going to be inevitable here at Hockenheim Ring, and we've had our first taste of it, but thankfully still for the moment green flag racing.
Yeah, there's another incident under investigation, incident number 3 between 219 Martin Bach and 258 with RD Simsport. So Callum Rand behind the wheel of the 258 car, and behind the wheel of the 219 Matt Terry. Lars de Van in the number 147 has been in pit lane for over 2.25 minutes, and that is the championship leader in GT3. And now here's a replay, and it was one of the Mercedes, and Chris Van der Poot just tags the barriers on the. I mean, that is just something you don't really want to see. But when you are dealing with multi-class racing, it's the responsibility of the faster drivers to make passes safely. And yeah, I mean, the thing was, it was 3-1. I'm just having a look back on the YouTube feed where I'm actually getting an idea of what's happened. It was 3-1. The GT4 on the outside. I'm not too sure who that was, but that car might have been Martin Pearson, possibly in the 292.
Well, drama and chaos already within 20 minutes. That's exactly how we want to start a 4-hour race, isn't it? But to be fair, it's actually been, and I'm going to touch the desk here, every wooden object that I have got in this office.
I'm doing the desk drum roll.
You're doing the same, yeah. It's been remarkably quiet compared to like what we had at Road America. This is lovely. This is a blissful Sunday drive compared to what we had on the first round.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, this just goes to show how competitive this championship is going to be over the course of 7 rounds. And what's more, on the calendar, this is the only European visit. Every other circuit is either in North America or Canada. Now we ride on board with Stephen Jones, currently sitting in second position. Well, actually, hang on a second.
Now, I think he's just disconnected. I think he's had a connection issue. He's gone.
Well, hang on, I've just seen Christoph Van der Poot has just gone into the pit lane. Yeah, Stephen Jones. Looks like he's had a DC, a disconnect. That's effectively the sim racing equivalent of an engine failure there. So that has caused major problems for the number 24 car. And backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle were second behind Prismatic Motorsports Athena in the championship coming into this opening round. It's the second round. There's another incident under investigation, and this is the incident between Arctic Racing, Reiter Racing Panda number 77, and Reiter Racing Walrus. So it was the GT3 car, the 213, the Reiter Racing Walrus Mercedes, that was the one that was on the outside, because going from out of the final corner, looking back at what happened, Reiter Racing Panda was piggy in the middle, got squeezed by Arctic Racing, and then Christoph Vanderput has been in the pit lane for now over 2 minutes, so there was substantial left-hand side damage suffered by the 120 BMW M4.
Yeah, that's exactly spot on, and they've come out, you know, they've really been hurt by that. Another team that's been hurt, unfortunately, we've got to point out YouTube chat saying that MOG is saying that I heard that Sapphire Simsport are the best of all time. Well, you heard wrong, buddy, because they're dead last and they've been in the pits for nearly 3 minutes, so I'm not sure. You might want to check your sources on that one. A horrible issue for Martin Pearson, and it looks like that car is done and dusted.
Yeah, Keys Agerman for the number 24 is now getting in behind the wheel of the backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle Porsche. So a good decision by backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, who are running in P2. We're now with Rob Sutherland in the 358. This is the battle in TCR. This is RD Simsport 2, hashtag 258. They're currently fourth. They've got SimGrid Racing Phoenix, who are now second in the class. And that's FTR Esports TCR in third. Goryo Autosport are making it effectively a four-way scrap for second position, but they have got one of the GT3 Porsches not too far behind, who's now going to make its way through very quickly indeed. We run on board with Rob Sutherland in the 358 Hyundai Elantra NTCR. This particular car will make its TCR UK debut this season, having raced all across at the FIA World Touring Car Cup and the TCR Europe, most notably those British race fans out there. Josh Files and also Hyundai Motorsport have just announced that Cyril Abiteboul has become their head of motorsport for 2023. That was an interesting move there, Cyril. Out of Formula 1 and going into touring cars and the WRC, and now the Formula 1 rumours have started already. And we have out of the blue.
Yeah, out the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah.
The thing is with TCR as well, and again, it's relevant because we've seen the TCR class being welcomed with open arms onto the iRacing platform. Yep. TCR is always going to be a very popular class, just because it's rough, it's tumble, it's easy to get into. Personally, not a fan of the TCR cars to drive because I can't drive them. They're too understeery, they slide about all over the place. I mean, it's absolutely nothing to do with my inferior driving ability, and it's all to do with the car. But no, they're very popular. We see that here in this championship as well, and they fit in so well in multi-class racing, in with the GT4s and in with the GT3s. You see that in the likes of Imsen and America.
There's a spin. That was now, who on earth was that ahead of Patrick Gannon? Was that I'm not too sure who that was. That was FTR Esports GT3, I think, that just lost it, and that was going through the Sud curve. But right, incident number 4. Decision has been made by race control. 10-second time penalty for number 120 Arctic Racing for crowding another car off the road. Penalty to be taken under next green flag pit stop. Well, the hits, they keep on coming, don't they, David?
Keep on rolling, that's all you can do. And the thing is like, when you're in that situation, yes, that's you're going to get yourself into trouble for doing that, but there was no way, it wasn't a malicious action. It was just in that term, it's like a racing incident. There's no intention behind it, but you still bear the responsibility for those cars that are around you. And that could have been a lot worse. There could have been so many cars involved in that. As Stage 1 Racing Green fires it up the inside. Was that was one of the GT4 cars that were getting past there. But the thing with this as well is that the important thing, for these drivers right now, Alex, is for them to get into flow, into a rhythm, and to be able to just settle down and churn out the laps here. Also, were my eyes mistaking me there, or was there some definite bump drafting going on from the TCR cars there?
There definitely was. I mean, right, we've had a, just to give everyone an update. Incident number 3. There's no further action. Netcode issue caused both cars. That was 219 and 258 to be dragged together. So that was the result of netcode. So no further action as David Johansson nearly decides to do a Johan Kristoffersson out of the Sudkurva in the Hyundai and go. Is he going to join the any sort of like sim racing rallycross championships? I mean, David Johansson is wrestling that Hyundai Elantra by the scruff of the neck, but Andreas Gilman in the number 322 car, Impulse Racing 322, has a 4.3 second lead. Coming back to what you were saying about TCR, I mean, I've seen it quite regularly where Ash Sutton and Dan Camish, who were teammates last year for Napa Racing by Motorbase in the British Touring Car Championship, you know, I've seen them many a time get behind the wheel of a TCR car here on iRacing. I mean, Ash Sutton also is part of the Pure Sims facility, and he helps to run the business, so he keeps himself occupied when he hasn't got touring cars to worry about in real life.
Yeah, he does. I've got good working knowledge of Ash Sutton and racing against him. So back in the day, a few years ago, before he went into to BTCC, he was actually part of a league championship that we used to be in. I think it was every Monday or something. It was using the old Kia Optima, and yes. He was just like ridiculously fast, like absolutely outrageously fast. And again, it just shows how that talent goes from one to the other. You get him behind the wheel of anything, and yeah, he'll be a very, very handy man to get that on. But it's just part of the times now. You know, it's this blur, Alex, that you've seen for yourself as well between real life racing and sim racing, and you know, real life racers, they're almost expected now to have a showing, to have you know, at least an appearance on the odd sim race every now and again. And same for sim racing, we're seeing the likes of Jartier and Jimmy Broadbent. They're now starting to look at getting themselves into real life racing. And of course, Jimmy actually winning the Praga Championship this year. So it just shows how there is a non-existent line there.
Well, also the fact that he's bought Goldie, the car that him and Gordy Munch used to win, and now it's become a part of Team 87. Jimmy actually quite recently tested in Almeria the brand new BMW M4 GT4, which I won't be at all surprised if that hits iRacing before it hits the track, a bit like the BMW MV8 Hybrid. Shout out to THLF Esports. We're on board with Bennett Parsons with one of the most colourful juxtaposed Technicolor Dreamcoat style liveries I think I've ever seen. But there are some more incidents under investigation. 26 minutes and 43 in. Prismatic Motorsports Athena and Caffeinated Industries. That's incident number 5. Incident 6 at 29 minutes, 29.40. ATRS Academy 12 to 12. And Stage 1 Racing Green, the 193. The latter car has been in the mire tonight.
Yeah, they really, really have. As you see, Bennett Parsons for THLF Esports making a move up the inside. And to be fair to Vaporworks, they did give the space there because they knew they were going to try and make that cut back. Great move, job done, dusted. You're going to have to watch out there for Backmarker Racing Orange as well. You'll hear me saying goodness me a couple of seconds ago. I just caught what you meant about that livery. That's quite something.
Yeah, whoever I hope whoever did that. Right, okay. Another stop and hold. There's a stop and hold penalty coming for Caffeinated Industries. The 157. 10-second stop and hold penalty in the pit lane for avoidable contact and causing a collision. Now, there has been some information that we have been given that the penalty box, you know where the big Ravenol like oil bottle is on the main pit complex. Well, the penalty box is just behind just underneath the Hockenheim sign on the entrance into the pit lane. So there is a penalty box there, and that's where the 157 will have to serve his stop and hold penalty. Back with David Johansson in, and there's slipstreaming ahoy because that's the GT4 leader, ATRS Academy FTR's Tom Mayle, who switches past Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and FTR Esports TCR, now bridging the gap He's put 2 cars between himself and Justin Rem. Now, this in endurance racing, especially a 4-hour enduro, is very, very crucial at this point, David, because we've now hit 30 minutes. But look at the send up the inside of David Johansson. Justin Rem is getting on with business.
Let's go, giggity, giggity. That's what's happening up front. Goodness me, they're having fun. Do you know who somebody else is having fun? Yannis Albert in that number 62 Brabham Esports Pro machine. He was about 0.2 of a second faster round. He brought that gap down to about 0.5 of a second. He is definitely fancy his chances as fires it up the inside. There goes Rob Sutherland. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. 30 minutes into the race, and that is exactly how the TCR TCR cars do things.
Yeah, Yannis Albert looking is closing that gap. Probably about 3 or 4 laps ago was the best part of nearly 2 seconds, and he's taken 3/4 of that gap out. And this is where it's going to be quite crucial to negotiate not just the back marker traffic, but also making sure that you are, as I said earlier, if you are the faster car, you're going past in a multi-class race, as now through the Parabolica, straight away, the Mercedes gets straight the way through, and it gets 2 for the price of 1, and that gap is literally being demolished by Yannis Albert. Nicholas Larsson will be told by the team, right, Yannis from Brabham is catching you, and just look at the waft this car has. You know, he's getting toes from TCR cars, GT4 cars, and side drafts as well. 212 ATRS Academy have had a warning for causing avoidable minor contact, and now that gap for the race lead, the overall race lead for GT3 Pro, it's going to be very, very nip and tuck. They're making their way through GT4 traffic. Yannis Albert deep on the brakes, and he touches the back end of Nicholas Larsson going into the Sudkurve. And folks, you ain't seen nothing yet. This is absolutely brilliant. This is what you want to see. That it might be an endurance race, but to these drivers, it's a flat-out sprint, and pride is on the line.
Yep, 4 individual hour sprints is how they're going to be treating it, and I do believe that is what in the industry we refer to as a boop onto the back of Nicholas Larsson from Yannis Albert. Did absolutely amazing there. That scares me, seeing those 2 cars side by side, because that's very, very similar to that incident we had a couple of laps ago. But Albert onto the back then, and Nicholas Larsson for Blue Chip Racing Academy here as they come into Spitzkehre. And yeah, my heart is in my mouth right now. This is amazing action that we've got going on. And again, it's, you know, all through the field. You look at Vaporworks and Backmarker for GT3 AM. You look at GT4s of Alpine Stars and ATRS Academy, and then FTR Esports, RD Sim Sports, and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in TCR as well. This is just getting started, and here we go for the leads.
He's going around the outside. Is Yannis Albert? He's got the lead. He's got the lead. And of all the places, the Sachskurve, mine, as the Germans would say, man oh man, meine Güte, my godfathers. That was epic from Yannis Albert. Knew exactly where to place the car. And the GT4 Mercedes that was in front of Nicholas Larsson compromised the number 6 from Blue Chip Racing Academy. Brabham Esports now, they were 2/10 behind. It's a 1.6 second swing. And now Brabham Esports have a 1.4 second advantage going on to lap number 24. But he's got to be really, really careful. I think it's the 120. That's the 120 he's just got past. That was the Arctic Racing car that had a will have to serve a 10-second time penalty in the pits before that car could be worked on in the pit lane. But wow, Yannis Albert, take a bow.
That was absolutely incredible stuff. Very, very fortuitous as well. But hey, that is the way that the cookie crumbles here in sim racing and in multi-class racing. It ebbs and flows. You'll complain about, oh, that's not fair, you know, he was robbed. It's like, well, that's just the way it is. Sometimes it'll go your way, sometimes it won't. You just have to roll with the punches here. And they've got 3.5 hours left to undo that damage. I mean, realistically, Blue Chip Racing are a second off the lead. They were losing that time anyway. Yannis Albert, the pace that he had in that Brabham Esports machine was absolutely off the chart right now. So it was only a matter of time, certainly from the timing screens there, as I get slightly distracted mid-sentence there, as David Johansson for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix tries to power slide that TCR car around the final couple of corners here.
Yeah, now we go back to the lead battle in GT4, ATRS Academy, FTR, Alpine Stars, Geodesic, Tom Mayle and Justin Rem still battling away, gap between them 8.5 tenths of a second. So now that the pair have got a bit of clear air, how much longer that's going to be for, we don't know, but they have got some clear air coming through out of the Einfahrt Parabolica into the Parabolica itself before the tight hairpin, where they're going to be down the gearbox from 6th gear at around about 220 plus kilometers an hour, down into first gear, probably about 70 kph on the apex, up through the gears, and now they can build the speed again, but you've got to have that nice balance of throttle and brake manipulation, plus also getting down into the right gear, going into the right-hander coming up now. You can see the toe is absolutely dynamite, because that gap was 8.5 tenths coming out of the Spitzkehrer. It's now nearly 3 tenths going into Mobile 1. So Justin Rem is trying to push the limits of adhesion. They've got the overall race leader, Yannis Albert, on their 6, and he will make mincemeat of them very, very quickly. But Justin Rem has got to make sure that he keeps out of Yannis Albert's way, and he does so very, very quickly indeed.
Here we go then, and what you're going to have to watch with that is the fact that the sort of gap is toing and froing with that traffic coming round. As quickly as it'll come round, it can quite quickly go round in the other favour as well. But we move back to Kyle Mundell in the Equipment Geek Racing Black 186 machine. That's a beautiful livery on that car. I do like that Porsche very, very much. Just behind Stage 1 Racing Green, you can see they are 6 seconds behind Backmarker Racing Orange, and then it's Sim Racing Grid in that 7th place in the GT3 AM right now. And again, just watching the way that this is all going round there, Landon Patmore still involved in this, but it's really, you have to have your eyes on absolute stocks here, Alex, for all of the traffic, and it's like 4D chess going on right now.
It is, and what's more impressive is the amount of lift, or lack thereof, going into the Nordkurve by the 2 cars that you see on your screen, Stage 1 Racing Green and Sim Racing, Equipment Geek Racing Black and Stage 1 Racing Green. Look, the way they're having to circumnavigate them around the outside through the Parabolica. Now, this is the battle for P5. Gap between them is less than 2 tenths of a second, and closing up is the Sim Racing Grid BMW M4 has really come back into this. And you can see the amount of traction. Now, the Porsche, we all know, is a car that enjoys a handling kind of circuit where it's tight, it's technical. And as I say that, Yannis Albert and the Mercedes just has put the all-time fastest lap of the race in, 1 minute 28.289, and has bridged the gap to Nicholas Larson to nearly 2.6 seconds. We're fast approaching the conclusion of the first 40 minutes of round 2 of Season 4 of the FTR event Sim 3D GT series here at the Hockenheim Ring outer variation, 4.35 kilometers. And you can hear that blistering banshee-like roar from the flat 6 boxer engine in this Porsche.
And yeah, it sounds absolutely fantastic just coming round as Kyle Mundell on board with the Equipment Geek Racing Black machine. Fantastic stuff though, and again, just as we're seeing the GT4s, having seen these cars for the first time, Alex, in real life this year, it always surprised me, how adorable these things are. They're just like little baby micro GT3s. They're smaller. They are about maybe say half the power, maybe or a third of the power, a third of the size, but just as much fun, I would imagine, to take around the circuit.
Yeah, we've started to see our first round of pit stops at the 40-minute mark. Landon Patmore in the 191 for Sim Racing Grid has exited after just under 31 seconds. Nicholas Larson for Blue Chip Racing Academy now in pit lane. So is third place at GT3 Pro, as is RPM Racing, and also now incident 7 that was pinged at 43 minutes, so that would have been from the start of the formation. 11 tenths Racing and the 111 now get a drive-through for contact with the 213 of Racing Walrus for avoidable contact and causing a collision. Now we go back to the battle in GT3 AM, and these two Kyle Mundell and gets into the pit, so pit lane activity in GT3 now going into overdrive. GT4s and TCRs will be a little bit longer. I would probably estimate between 50 minutes and an hour before we see those cars start to trundle their way down pit road.
Certainly is, and it gives us a fascinating insight, Alex, at this early stage as to what strategy is going to look like here for the second race of the season. It's something that we weren't really able to talk much about beforehand, because you know the strategy that they're going to take at Road America is going to be nothing like the strategy that they have here at Hockenheim, and of course with the fuel restrictions that these cars have got, as well as wanting to play the system, wanting to play the game here, and make sure that any change of strategy, any attempt that you do, works in your favour rather than hindering you.
Yeah, overall race leader Yannis Albert from Brabham Esports now in pit lane. Now we're seeing pit stops anywhere between 30 to maybe a little bit more than 35 or so seconds. There's Nicholas Larson. That was RD Simsport. Not very happy about the way that Nicholas Larson got through. It's like, oi, what was that? But hey, I mean, Nicholas Larson saw a gap, there was enough room, he made it work, and he got through. But of course, the biggest question is now, Nicholas Larson now pitting again. Now, my biggest concern here, with 30 if you're having a pit stop, I mean, he was in the pit box for 31.5 seconds as Yannis Albert regains that lead. Stays in the lead, because now the number 6 has ended up in the pits again. Now, I'm wondering, was there a possible issue for Nicholas Larson? Because even with this kind of endurance race, David, how much fuel out of the 75% of that tank are you going to put in 30 seconds? Well,
yeah, but the thing is that I don't understand. Oh, wait, is it tyres? Because the thing is that everybody else, he's coming for 16 seconds. So he's out again. I wonder if it's maybe he's just not changed something, or maybe he's picked up a little bit of damage that he thinks he wants to get repaired. I don't know, but that's cost quite badly.
Oh, right, okay. So that's well, that depends on what's going to transpire over the next 3.25 hours as Justin Rem goes wide and then some. I thought he was about to go through the exit stage left curtains at that point, going through the Sud Curva. But at the moment, the battle for GT4 is very, very honest indeed. We now head to Johnny Elliott. Now that is a change, more than like that's going to be a definite change for position, because now that was possibly backmarker Racing Orange, who's right in the slipstream. And this is going to get a bit hairy going into the right-hander here at Mobil 1. Porsche sweeps through. So they managed to get that position. So that car is now currently in third place. Then there's backmarker Racing Orange just up ahead with Peter Elson behind the wheel of the 121 Porsche. So, but THLF Esports in the 172 still have got Bennett Parsons behind the wheel. Timothy van den Broek for the Netherlands in the number 193 Stage Racing Green, really putting Vaporworks Simsport team under the kibosh.
Oh no! No, what's happened to
Nicholas Larson has spun it, and someone else has gone off as well. That was coming out of turn number 1. Oh my goodness me! Disaster for the number 6 Blue Chip Racing Academy Porsche. Dramas again. 2 trips in the pit lane. And then more dramas for Nicholas Larson. It's not been his night either.
Oh my goodness me, that just, I'd be fascinated to see what on earth happened there. Was traffic maybe involved in that? But either way, there's potentially some damage onto that car. And oh, that's Timothy Vanderbroek as well, clipping one in the back. Was that a TCR car? No, that wasn't. That was one of the GT3s, I think it was. So that was and Justin Nayer's gone off as well.
That's Vaporworks SimSport team that he's got through. Right, replay coming up. Now this is Nicholas Larsson. He's going to fire it into the Nordkurve, and he's just gone off, and the back end's just stepped out. The back end has just stepped out, and that green AstroTurf on the exit.
He is a lucky boy, Alex. Lucky boy.
That car could have had terminal damage, and good thing he held the brakes on that one, because that could have been very, very nasty indeed, because there were two BMW M4 GT3s coming past at a considerable rate of knots, and those two cars were battling for position. And again, it was just the case, I think he just went a bit too committed through the Nordkurve, and that can bite you very, very hard. I still remember when Eduardo Mortara went all four wheels outside of track limits through Nordkurve and hit the sausage curb on the outside and launched his Mercedes-AMG DTM car skywards, quite literally. Well, no, it's the Audi he was in. But we now back with Timothy Vanderbroek in the 193 Stage 1 Racing green car. He has got Vaporworks SimSport team towards the inside, into the Spitzkehrer. Can Vanderbroek get the undercut? He nearly has a little bit of a rub, a little bit of a nibble on the right rear of Vaporworks. And that was Nin in the Vaporworks SimSport team, who now retakes fourth position. Another incredible battle that we are seeing, and there is possibly a move up ahead happening. That's the 111, Johnny Elliott, and that was on the 121 of Pieter Elson. So the 111 staying ahead for the moment. So those two are battling away. This has been a crazy first 48 minutes here, David Christie. Long may it continue.
Well, we've already taken the season record for the least amount of safety cars in the first 45 minutes of a race. It's a very low bar, but it's a bar that we have to celebrate nonetheless.
Yes.
After what we had at Road America, this is just absolutely fantastic. And I'm pretty sure there I saw a car into pit lane that had a lot of smoke pouring out of it. So that is going to be a car that's retired from the race with severe engine damage, as we see Matt and Back and RD SimSport into the pit lane. And again, this is now the really fascinating, interesting part of the race here, Alex, because this is now where strategy comes out. And, you know, for a lot of our viewers, they'll find it a little bit frustrating because the cars tend to get strung out quite a bit at this point. But it's just so cool because, you know, they're working out their fuel, they're working out, are they going to do tyres, are they going to do, you know, are they going to do one less stop? It's just amazing the amount of gains you can make on a good strategy.
Yeah, right, we've got a replay coming up. Now, this is Justin Nayer for Reiter Racing, the 77 now. That was very close, and he loses the back end of all places. At least he didn't go straight on into the wall if it was wet like Sebastian Vettel did when he was back with Ferrari. But of all the places you do not want to get a code brown, that is at the Sachs-Curve, because it's banked. He went for the inside move, he was exactly right, he had plenty of room, and then I think he might have just picked up the throttle a bit too quickly and it just spun the back end round and nearly got collected by a Mercedes GT4 that quickly got out of the way, sharpish.
Yeah, drivers still coming to terms with this new handling model, this new damage model that's been put on these GT3 cars, and it's an interesting point to talk about actually, because as much as, you know, for those that don't take part in sim racing, you'll maybe look at it and you think that it's point and shoot. You just turn the wheel and, you know, press the accelerator, press the brake pedal. It doesn't quite work like that. iRacing is a very, very advanced sim in terms of its simulation of weight dynamics, in terms of tyre wear, all that sort of stuff. It simulates quite a lot of that. So when you go into the brakes, for example, the weight of the car, the inertia of the car shifts over onto the front wheels and it gives you a little bit more grip. But if you push too much weight to the front, the back end wants to flip out. And that's exactly what we saw there. Cars just locking up and losing it under braking. But while I'm saying that, what a battle we've got going on with GT4's ATRS Academy, FTR, and Alpine Stars Geodesic. It's starting to go up a little bit, but that gap was right down to about 0.3 of a second there.
Well, that is going to be waging all the way through, because I mean, Alpine Stars Geodesic run in the in Ivra, so do ATRS. They have an academy and ATRS esports that also run in multiple different championships, including the Ivra HyperX club. I think it's HyperX GT series. They've also got their mainstays over there. So a lot of teams using other different championships. I mean, Impulse Racing, I know Martin Aschert, who's the team boss for the TCR, really nice guy, but also has a solid crew. But you can see now the quick rate of knots. There was nearly a mistake there from the car in front. I mean, we're still riding on board with Rob Sutherland in the 358, and David Johansson is really pushing the adhesion on that fellow Hyundai Lantra NCCR. But now we go to this battle here. This is 121 versus 122, and Vaporworks have got through for P3 on the Spitzkehrer, but the Porsche's going to come back at it. Slips behind to get into the slipstream. Game on.
Yeah, Peter Elson here versus Q&E, and a fascinating little battle that we've got going on then. As you said, Vaporworks taking that early position, but it looks like it's going to be Backmarker Racing Orange again coming through that right-hander into Mobile 1, and just making it look so straightforward as they come through Sachs Curve. But it's all on Vaporworks now. They've got all the work to do. Again, tries to fire it up the inside. Oh, I'm glad saner heads prevailed on that one, Alex, because that could have got a little bit unpleasant there.
That could have nearly been squeaky bum time right there as well, David. Because what you don't
I didn't want to say that.
Hey, well, at least I said Code Brown and squeaky bum time, but we haven't said our favourite 4-letter word yet, have we? You know the one.
We haven't. We're saving that. That is in a box. It's in a box with glass on it in case of emergency. Break
press
glass.
Hit, break glass and hit here.
I don't think we've seen anything over the first 50 minutes that's wanted that 4-letter word yet, Alex, have we?
No, we haven't. We haven't at all. But I mean, the good thing is the standard of racing, as you well pointed out earlier on, it has been a lot more calm. It's been a lot more measured. But now again, Spencer Hewins. Now this is the battle for P. Now, yeah, that was Aerokinetics. Now Spencer Hewins had an absolute rate of knots. That was a backmarker GT3 that he just got past. So the good thing is Spencer Hewins has a gap of about 11.3 seconds between himself and the number 21 FTR Esports GT3 that currently has Ryan Fritz behind the wheel. But Yanis Albert from Brabham Esports has gone in for a second stint and now has a 12-second advantage. We're coming up to 6.5 minutes to go until we hit the first quarter of this second round. What has so far been that was actually a position change for RPM Racing. Brad Crouch, the number 23, was the one that got past. So it seems like the Porsche's coming into the window in this first phase of the race, I think, with certain drivers and teams.
Well, I'm just glad we've not seen 15 Porsches spinning around like we did at Road America. They've really got their act together in terms of the grip, in terms of the handling. But yeah, the Porsches are notorious for being incredible at straight line speed, but the BMWs as well. Because while there's not a balance of performance or in force on as part of the championship, the BOP changed completely the weekend before round one. So just back in December, the BOP changed completely at the end of season 4, I want to say, and everything was neutralised. You see Landon Patmore going side by side here with Equipment Geek Racing Black here. Fascinating stuff here. Patmore moves it up on the inside there, and Kyle Mundell has to kind of give up that place. But just finishing off what I was saying there, you know, we've done many events together, Alex, and
yes,
one of the things that you kind of get used to as a sim racing commentator is you get used to, like, oh well, the Ford isn't very fast here, or the Ford isn't very fast at all, or the Porsche isn't good in a straight line, or the BMW is not great in the corner. You know, each of the car has its own foibles, but this patch here seems to have completely leveled the entire field now, and we're seeing just closeness on a level I don't think we've seen before.
Are we going to have a bomb in place for Barber Esports the way they're just romping away with the overall race lead? 13 seconds between Barber Esports, Yannis Albert and Ryan Fritz for FTR Esports GT3. That's the 61 playing the 21. Nicholas Larsson is making some headway. He's getting closer and closer. He's about 1.6 seconds behind Timothy van der Broek in the 193 car, and Van der Broek actually rounding out the top 10. We go back to the battle for what is now 4th position in GT3 AM. Stage 1 Racing Green in 5th, and Vaporworks. So there's Van der Broek and Kunin again once more battling away, but backmarker Racing Orange. Peter Elson is still up ahead. And this is going to be a mouth-watering prospect for what is 3rd place at the moment. Just keeping an eye on what's been occurring with Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Brie Vidner still behind the wheel of the number 83, currently in 16th position at the moment. But there's still plenty of daylight and also race time in this for Prismatic Motorsports Athena to move up the order. The 128 sister car, that's the Minerva car. I'm not too sure how they've been getting on at the moment. They've got Georgie McKay behind the wheel of that car. Currently, they're running. Well, the 128 is 15th, the 83 is 16th overall. But now again, this battle for P4 in GT3 AM is having to deal with backmarker GT4 traffic. That's one of the Aston Martins, I think the one that got into a little bit of strife earlier on. But yeah, you can just see that Vaporworks now starting to pull away from stage 1 Racing Green. But is that... Oh, that's Nicholas Larsson. He's right with them. He's right with the battle for P3 in GT3 AM right now. There he is. He's right up the exhaust pipes of Van der Broek.
It was easy for you to say, goodness me, but yeah, look, he's making an absolute nuisance of himself right now, and Larsson is actually going to be moving to the inside here, to the right-hand side then of Timothy Van der Broek, on Landon Patmore there, can't quite make it stick, and has to drop back again. So I wonder what actually happened there to Nicholas Larsson, because he looked like he had that position settled, and then just had to pull completely out of it. Maybe he missed his braking point.
Or maybe the team has said, look, that's not a battle for position in the class. That's the GT3M top, 3rd, 4th and 5th battle. Just keep away from it, because if that kicks off, you don't want to get caught up in it. And there was a cheeky, look, you can see, he's flashing the lights now. Did you see that? Because the headlights are ablaze on the Porsche, but the fog, like the little lights at the bottom, on just above the front splitter, there's a little cheeky flash there from Nicholas Larsson saying, boys, I'm at least 0.4 of a second quicker than you. Just let you know I'm here. Because if an incident takes him out, he will be an unwilling participant thereof.
I don't know, still be quite amusing to see all that aggression coming out though as we head to the tail end of our first hour here. I can promise you that was the camera angle that made that look way more dodgy than it actually was, because the amount of times that I've done that, I'm like, oh my god, and then you watch the replay and there's like so much space between them.
But that's why I like these kind of these helicam shots, because it really gives you a bit of a depth.
Oh,
but
this
now,
is close.
There we go. Vaporworks up the inside for P3. That was a change for P3 in the class, and now it's all going to start kicking off, because all you need now, well, it's the Porsche meat inside a BMW sandwich right now, and there's one of the GT4s off the circuit. So not too sure if that was due to faster traffic coming through, but not through either one of the quartet that are coming through the Sud curve at the final corner here. So effectively from 17 turns, we go down to around about 15 by my count. But yeah, Kunin doing a great job in the 122 Vaporworks SimSport Team BMW M4 GT3. They've got a backmarker GT4 Mercedes just up ahead of them, going through into the Einfahrt Parabolica. Kunin then decides to He does the old Nigel Mansell on him, doesn't he? Like, went to the outside, went, I ain't going to do it through there. Goes to the inside, and then that has allowed. That is Peter Elson in the back marker racing orange car that is now going to possibly retake that place under the braking into the Spitz car. Not quite.
He thought about it, to be fair, and
he did.
A little bit of contact there from the was that Stage 1 Racing green that was on the back of the car of Peter Elson. So a little bit of a nudge there. And the thing is, they have to be careful because we've seen that from the stewards. Stewards have given out warnings for minor contact to the rear of cars because what they don't want is to be unsettling these cars on a braking zone.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw that earlier on with Arctic Racing, didn't we? With Christopher Vanderput and crowding another vehicle, and then all of a sudden it just all kicks off, and then straight away gets a penalty as a direct result. But we ride on board with Timothy van der Broek in the 193 Stage 1 Racing green BMW. Lovely to see this kind of on board, and they're going past the 258 car. That's got Callum Brandt behind the wheel. He's just got past Alex Coffard in the meantime. It's the RD Simsport Mercedes, and look at Timothy van der Broek threading the eye of the needle, going through TCR and GT4 back marker traffic. Absolute precision there from the Dutchman.
It certainly is, but the TCRs are just like, no, please go away. As someone, I did, yeah, exactly. I did. I'm just remembering, right? Back in December, just before round 1, I did a multi-class race. I think it was the Butt Kicker British Britcar esports thing, and it was TCRs, MX5s, and GT3s, and we decided, unfortunately, to take the MX5. We got absolutely murdered by the GT3s. It was just horrible, and it gives me a lot of sympathy for these TCR drivers, but there's a hell of a fight going on right now. Gory Motorsports, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, and RD Simsport, Alex, absolutely giving it, as we would say up here in Scotland, giving it laldy.
Well, Andreas Gilman has just pitted, so Ryan Chevalier has now got the race lead. This is the battle for P2 in the class. 2 wheels up into the air by David Johansson. So very shortly, we're going to have the first round of pit stops for the TCR class. And there is Daniel White. He had Johansson to the outside, now to the inside. And there is Rob Sutherland trying to give chase as well. And it's one Honda versus 2 Hyundais as they make their way through the Parabolica. There's Bennett Parsons in the number 172 car, just literally yeeting it round the outside of them, like reckless
Alex.
abandon. Hey, well,
come on, we were saving that.
Well, I thought I'd get it in because we're past an hour, it hadn't been mentioned, so sod it. But yeah, I mean, now we're going to see this absolute titanic battle between 3 closely packed TCR cars at the moment. So Ryan Chevalier yet to do a pit stop, so Andreas Gilman is the first of the TCR cars to pit. And what was it? We saw GT4 starting to come in at around about the 48-minute mark. Now the TCR cars, we're now north of the first quarter, north of 60 minutes. Antonio Salada in the number 22 car has just had an off track just a few moments ago. And there's so we've had an incident between RPM Racing in the 23 and Rayter Racing Walrus are being investigated in that one as well. That's incident number 8. So as you said, David, I'm going to do the knock on wood drum roll right now. That so far, nearly 65 minutes in, out of 240 minutes of racing, not one single safety car has been deployed.
Well, that's that jinx now then. No,
hence why I did the drum roll before.
You're absolutely spot on, Alex. I can't, given the way that the drivers are conducting themselves in this race, given the way that they're very, very respectful, you've got to say that it makes it unlikely to see why there would be a reason. Of course it can be. It's Hockenheim. The barriers are very, very close here, but for the most part, the drivers are behaving themselves, looking after it. And how on earth are we a quarter of the way through already? Oh, was that Stage 1 Racing green going very, very wide?
think so, yes. Incident number 8, no further action. We've just been informed. So that was very, very close indeed. There's one of the Brabham cars that is just about to come through shot, one of the GT4 cars. That's the 287. I think I've just seen come through shot. That is the Hissing Sid Brabham C Sport entry. There's got Harald Stadler behind the wheel, but Timothy van der Beek looks like a nice take on the Dutch line. Right, TCR leader now in, Ryan Chevalier in, Daniel White now in, Rob Sutherland. Looks like the remainder of the TCR field might be pitting. Stefan Le Guen for the 333 B-Sim Racing #P yet to come in, but he's got Oscar Revilla not too far behind. Ryan Chevalier has been in the pits for just around about 15 seconds. So we'll get the jump on the two behind that have also jumped into pit lane. So now the cycle's going to be complete because Andreas Gilman spent nearly 40 seconds in the pit lane. Ryan Chevalier's been in there for nearly 35 seconds. So Gilman now goes back to the top of the tree in TCR. He's just started lap number 40. But in terms of the overall side of things, Brabham Esports, Yannis Albert doing an absolutely handsome job at the front end of the field. Mercedes number 62, 11.6 seconds ahead of Ryan J. Fritz and the number 21 for FTR Esports GT3.
Yeah, it's an exemplary performance so far from Yannis Albert. He will eventually have to give over the car to somebody else at some point, as we'll get the second batch of pit stops, I would imagine, in the next 15 minutes or so for the GT3 cars. But currently watching Timothy van der Beek here for Stage 1 Racing, and again just trying to hold on to the back of that Vaporworks SimSport team just in front of him. It's Q&E that's just in front of him there, 0.4 of a second, but I don't think the chances of that are very, very high. Saying that, I mean, there is a lot of traffic coming up here, Alex, and again, it's what we were saying earlier on. It swings and roundabouts, but certainly what we saw last time at Road America, it's happening again with GT4s and TCRs. The battle's kind of petering out as quickly as they started.
Yeah, very much the case. We continue to ride on board with the 193 Stage 1 Racing Green BMW, chasing down Vaporworks SimSport in the battle for P4 for GT3 AM. We're now on to lap number 46 of this 4.35 kilometre circuit. So plenty of distance will be covered around this short circuit. But having this straight from Spitzkirche to Mobile 1 is absolutely brilliant. As now we see, this is the battle in TCR. So RD SimSport has still got Rob Sutherland behind the wheel. There's Daniel White, Scotsman, also known as Super Danny, as you can see, for Gorio Autosport. And what's more, Bennett Parsons has just done the fastest lap in GT3 AM, 1 minute 28.421. His lead over Johnny Elliott in the 111 Racing Team car now is around about 2 seconds. As now there is Antonio Salada. That's the number 21 looking up the inside. That's Ryan Fritz trying to get through. Oh my goodness me! How on earth did Ryan Fritz make that work? That was absolutely brilliant. And what he did was, that was the Rater Racing Walrus 213 that has just been passed. So we've had another incident, Huge Ass in the number 237 and Blue Chip Racing Academy in the 06. That is incident number 9 so far that has been under investigation. We are waiting for a steward's decision on that one, but Van der Beek and Kunin still battling away. Gap now is closing quickly. That gap now is less than 4.5 of a second as they filter their way through into the Mobile 1 corner. Now into Saxkurve. And the angle can be very, very deceptive here at Sachs Cover, and some drivers will use very differing racing lines, both in the approach, also nailing the apex, and also exiting the corner. Now they've got Justin Rem, and now these two are coming across the battle for the overall lead in GT4, and it's nearly 3 abreast coming across the line. Oh my goodness me, going into the Nordkurve, and there is Nicholas Larsson also getting through in the 06 Blue Chip Academy, and Blue Chip Racing have got a 5-second time penalty to serve on the next pit stop for avoidable contact. Oh my goodness me, and Van der Broek trying to put it around the outside of Q-Nin. Now this is going to be down on the approach into the Parabolica. And now the 193 has got the jump and has gotten up into 4th position in GT3 AM.
Beautiful, beautiful fight going on between these two now. You've got the leaders now coming quite close as well, with 11 tenths Racing catching right up to your GT3 AM leader. Didn't see that one coming up at all, because obviously we're too busy watching this, but THLF Esports coming under a lot of pressure actually from Johnny Elliott. So it'll be interesting to see how that one's going to pan out. That gap was about 1.2 seconds, and we've got the fight for GT4 lead as well.
Yeah, this is all really getting rather interesting, because we are just over an hour and 10 minutes through on this second round of the FTR events Sim 3D GT series here at the Hockenheim Ring outer circuit layout. A big thank you again to race director and Go for the Gap for their continued support of this championship. And look at the battle in TCR. That is absolutely brilliant. Dan McFarlane is now behind the wheel of the 323, and he's really closing in on Goryeo Autosports. Danny White going into the Nordkurve. They've got GT3 traffic behind, which includes Q-Nin for Vaporworks Sim Sports, who's now lost out. Stage 1 Racing Green's Timothy van der Broek has got now a significant advantage to the tune of nearly 1.4 seconds. And there is another BMW just coming through shot now that has just got round the outside of Dan McFarlane and will do the same to Danny White. And then there's GT4 traffic getting through as well, which looks to be possibly, might have been the 266 of Justin Michaela, I believe, which might have been in the FTR Esports GT4 car. But then we go back to now a battle a little bit further back. We've actually got, this is Kyle Mundell, the Canadian for Equipment Geek and Geek Racing Black, currently sitting in 7th position, about 10.5 seconds behind Sim Racing Grid. So a lot of work still to do. Nicholas Larsson now 6th in the class, but again, Blue Chip Racing Academy, Nicholas Larsson had a great start to the race, but Yannis Albert did a number on him, and then all of a sudden it's gone from like being on, you know, the 3rd floor, and now you've ended up in the basement.
Well, the basement is a location that I'm very familiar with, Alex, being the consummate professional sim racer that I am. It's not a fun place to be, especially when you're caught up in the middle of these sort of battles here, because you know that one wrong move, not just for yourself, and this is the worst bit, right? One wrong move from somebody else can send your team absolutely out of the contention. That's what really, really winds me up about multi-class racing. But on the other hand, it makes it so damn entertaining to race in. It's like nothing else.
Yeah, it's getting a bit close for comfort, because there's 5 GT3 cars making their way through the Spitzkehr. Now we go back to the battle for the race lead in GT4. So Tom Mahler and Justin Rem have stayed behind the wheel as Danny White gets a squeeze out of the out of the track, coming out of the Spitzkehr. Flashes the lights to Justin Rem saying, "I'm sorry, that was unacceptable." And again, it comes back to that ethos I was saying earlier, David. I've said it twice, I'm going to say it for a 3rd time. It's the responsibility of the faster car to make a clean pass through, and that was a little bit, I think, a little bit scrappy for Justin Rem there.
I was going to call it a little bit naughty, but that's I guess that's a little bit politer. Yeah, it absolutely is. And the thing is that you can't have your cake and eat it if you're the faster class. You know, beforehand, and this is said in all of the driver briefings and things like that as well. It's like the drivers in the other classes are said, stay on your line, be predictable. That's what the faster classes want. They want to know where you are and where you're going to be. They don't want to worry about you trying to get out of the way and making a mistake. But then you can't have them doing that and then still force them out. It's completely disrespectful, and it goes against everything that I've been saying that we've just seen for the past hour and 15 minutes. And to be fair, it's a fairly minor sort of violation, I would say, of the my goodness me, got completely distracted there. It was that GT4 Mercedes just went flying off in the background there.
Yeah, that might have been the Writer Racing Walrus car, because Bennett Parsons was trying to get through. This is the lead battle, because now Bennett Parsons has got Johnny Elliott from 11 Tenths Racing Team hot on his heels. The gap was about 1.2 seconds a couple of laps ago. Johnny Elliott has managed to get that gap down to about 8 tenths. It was fluctuating as low as 6 tenths. Meanwhile, Ryan Fritz has put in the all-time best lap of the race, a 1:28.19, as he tries to close on in on Brabham Esports' Yanis Albert for the overall race lead. Now, looking at the championship standings at the moment, Brabham Esports did not finish the race last time out, so they are on the back foot in terms of points. The Prismatic Motorsports Athena actually did 103 laps last time out at Road America. Brabham Esports were out on lap number 61, and the number 21 of FTR Esports picked up 18 points. They were on the lead, so the top 5 teams, which were rounded out by Rotor Racing Panda in the number 77 at Road America. FTR Esports are in the championship hunt. Now, because of what has happened with the 24 of Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle with Keys Asiaman behind the wheel, that car is currently down in 17th overall. So this could see a bit of a change. I mean, Blue Chip Racing with 3rd in the championship coming into this race. We've now had incident number 10 brought to our attention by the stewards. An incident between Alpine Stars Geodesic in the 288. Justin Raymond's under investigation, and that was on the incident with Danny White of Gorio Autosport in the 311. And I'm now seeing some activity. I think it could be, I'm waiting to see what the decision is from the stewards, because they will look at this from every single conceivable angle possible. And that's one of the beautiful things about penalty decisions in sim racing. They will look at every single angle, because in sim racing your camera can literally be put anywhere. As we now see the battle here, this is for second in TCR, FTR Esports and RD Sim Sport side by side. They nearly clash, wheel arches going down, and it's RD Sim Sport, Rob Sutherland, all kinds of crossed up going into the Nord cover. Alpine Stars Geodesics Justin Rem has gotten away with a warning for not leaving room on corner exit earlier on, but Rob Sutherland managed to do a number on there coming out of Sudcover, got the run on the FTR Esports TCR car. That was Ryan Chevalier, and managed to do a number, and now has got a lead of about 5.5 tenths of a second. Bennett Parsons now has a lot of traffic to negotiate. That's the 216 with Simon Van Dyke behind the wheel. He's just managed to get through, but Johnny Elliott is within lunge range. He's less than half a second away. Timothy van der Broek now is closing in for 3rd position. The Flying Dutchman has been absolutely manhandling this 193 car, and he's gone for the move, and he's gone. He's outbraked himself. He's run wide, and Backmarker Racing Orange regained 2nd, and Timothy van der Broek, I think he nearly did a dive bomb there. I think he might have just outbraked himself and just went too deep into the corner.
I am thoroughly disappointed in you, Alex, that you didn't use the word yeet in that. That was a bona fide use of the word yeet right
shut
there.
up, you
I was just waiting to say, Alex, very quickly, who has had a horrible, horrible day at the races today. Nicholas Larsson in the 6th. He's had another moment a couple of laps ago, and he's now down in P14.
Yeah, yeah, I could see. Well, the thing is, we can actually see who's with who in the Discord chat at the moment, and at the minute it's Raymond Yip that's with Nicholas at the moment, probably giving him information. Ryder Racing Panda, Justin Nair in the 77 has gone quicker than anybody overall. That car's currently sitting in 4th position, 1 minute 28.19. Right on board with the Porsche 911 of 11/10 Racing Teams. Johnny Elliott. Now this is the approach into the next right-hander. Is he going to go late on the brakes? He is. But still, Bennett Parsons keeps it pinned to the outside. There was nearly a touch, and Johnny Elliott has lost the back end. He's hit the wall. Elliott's hit the wall with the front end, and it was a 360.
Well, that happened. That is absolute heartbreak for Johnny Elliott. All that is just pushing way, way, way too hard into that, and yeah, that is always going to happen. Trevor Elliott, I mean, my heart goes out to him right now, but wow, sorry, Johnny Elliott, but wow, that is gutting stuff. Right, Fritz into pit lane, so now we're going to see GT3 pit stops.
Yeah, now looks like the Brabham GT4 cars have just instigated some team orders. They want to work through the field, and it's Esports Blue is ahead of Hissing Sid in the so Howard Stadler has given way to, that will be Stephen Walkup in the number 290. So some good team strategy here by these two cars, and they're running quite well actually, 4th and 5th at the moment, and Brabham Esports Blue is 3rd in the championship after Road America, 22 points. Brabham Esports Hissing Sid on 15 points, so they're looking to, I think, add a nice air of consistency to the championship, because you and I both know, David, it's not always about making the most wins, it's always about the consistency, isn't it?
It really is, and because of the championship implications on that, you know, I'm also thinking down, Alex, to later on in the season where we've got our 2-2-hour races at Indy later on. You know, later
Belle
on in the season. That I think is going to be absolutely fascinating in terms of the implications for the championship, because we saw at Road America, right? It was Prismatic who absolutely ran away with things towards the end of the race here. They've not been able to do that here, and that's just opened the rest of the championship open. And for our viewers at home as well, they don't really surely want to be watching a championship that's done and dusted by race 3 of, say, a 6-race championship.
No, they definitely won't. There we have Alice de Vries battling away with Dexter Castro. And then we've got 2 GT3 cars. Oh, Bennett Parsons touches the side of Dexter Castro into the braking zone here at the Spitzkehrer. That was a bit, that just goes to show how close it is. And again, that is just completely reinforcing what I've been saying all broadcast long. We're now seeing more pit stops. 193, Timothy van der Broek has come into pit lane for the team's 2nd pit stop. Right, 23 has just had a change. RPM Racing now have Robert Lancaster behind the wheel. Eric Staropoli now behind the wheel of the number 98 car, which is Aerokinetics. So driver changes are now starting to come into effect, and I would imagine that with the fact that some drivers have done the opening couple of stints, as that is Bennett Parsons around at the penultimate right-hander. He's dropped the ball as Bennett Parsons in the 172. Oh my goodness, that is not what you want to do at all. I have no further words. I have absolutely no further words on that one, David.
I was genuinely speechless at that. That's why I had nothing to add there. My goodness me. I mean, what is going on? And at the last corner of all the places, that's such a weird place for the car to be sitting at 90 degrees. That makes me think that there's been a bit of contact, or he's just taken way too much speed into that final corner there, and the curb has just unsettled the car. Meanwhile, Brabham Esports back out the pit, surely not. Janis Albert doing another stint in that car then, so he might be doing a full 2 hours in that thing then.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that with regards to like drivers, you have to, you know, you can have two or 2 drivers, you can have 4 drivers, so each picks up a stint, or yeah, we'll get you in for an hour. Richard Cawthorne has got back behind the wheel of the FTR Esports GT3. Justin Naya is just exiting pit lane in the Reiter Racing Panda at number 77 that will drop to 5th place, but still we've got this battle at the front of GT4. Justin Rem and Tom Mayle have yet to blink. Neither of them is, I mean, look at Justin Rem, look at the slipstream he's got from the Spitzkehr coming down to Mobile 1, and you can see the onboard from the front splitter cam as Tom Mayle puts on the brakes, gets very close to the wall onto the approach into Mobile 1. Justin Rem now goes a little bit wider out of the corner, now into Sachskurve. See that Justin Rem using the tighter line, whereas Tom Mayle is now actually trying to sweep in. Incident number 11 is now currently under investigation, and there was contact. It was with Dexter Castro. So Bennett Parsons from THLF Esports and Dexter Castro from 49 Motorsports Maroon GT4 Aston came together.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one for the stewards to try and untangle themselves from there, as you see one of the Brabham Esports machines as well coming down into Spitzkehr. I cannot believe we're already on to lap number 56 here. An hour and 25 minutes gone into the books, and we're rapidly approaching actually here, Alex, coming up to the halfway point, up to 2 hours, still another half hour or so to go here. But I'm also looking at who's all on that lead lap, and from the most part, I'm seeing that Janis Albert has lapped everyone up to P11. Surely that can't be right.
Yeah, and the race leader has now covered over 250 kilometres. We're closing in on to just being 2 laps away from completing 60 laps of this 4.35 kilometre circuit, as Raymond Yip, now behind the wheel, has taken over from Nicholas Larson in the Blue Chip Racing Academy Porsche. He just literally has just scythed his way, he just literally streaked his way past in terms of pure speed behind, past the 2 GT4 race leaders. This has been nip and tuck between ATRS Academy FTR and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. And what's more, this is where it is going to be incredibly close over the next few moments or so, because that just really goes to show how we're going to have a replay now of something. Now this right, this is the incident with Bennett Parsons. Oh.
That for me was on Bennett. There was no fault, but he tried to go into the corner and took way too much speed into the corner, and the car hit the curb, washed out. That's certainly what I saw there.
Yeah, very much the case. So it is going to be, yeah, I think that could be on Bennett Parsons right there, and if THLF, whether they get a warning or whether they get a stop and hold or a time penalty, that will be down to the stewards, and it is a warning that THLF have gotten. Now, looking at it from this perspective, Alpine Stars Geodesic have a 2-point lead over Huge Ass at the moment, which are in the 237. Now, and look at where the 237 is not in the top 5. Now, what this will mean is that Beehive, Brabham Esports Blue, and Brabham Esports Hissing Sid could round out the top 4 come the end of this race. Wondering where the 237 is at the moment.
Currently P32 in pit lane. It's Huge Ass. It's Sven Denner that's currently behind the wheel, but maybe doing a driver change there.
Yeah. So again, this being the only European circuit on the calendar, it's going to be quite an interesting dynamic. What will happen when we go to round number 3, and that will be Barber Motorsports Park on the 4th of February, so just probably in about that'll be 3 weeks time, and that'll be another 4 hours, and that will be another circuit the teams will have to quickly get their heads around. But these drivers and these racers, these teams are in multiple different iRacing leagues, so they are competing all over the place. There's Fabio Baracco for the Samsung SimSport, the 209, currently sitting 8th position in the GT4 running. They only secured a point at the opening round of the season at Road America, so they're currently sitting 12th in the GT4 standings, so maybe this might be able to help them out. And as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, you see that we have effectively 16 GT4 cars, so an increase of 2 cars in comparison with Road America last time out. And Dexter Castro has just pitted, so has Garrett Laugh for the 266 FTR Esports GT4 car, and ATRS Academy FTR Tom Mayle has now opted to pit, now giving Justin Rems some clean air. There's one of the prismatic cars, that's the number 83, with Rachel Concoli behind the wheel. That car currently sitting in 16th place overall, so it's not been an easy one for Prismatic Motorsports Athena in terms of qualifying, but also the race itself. But hopefully that crew will be able, well, that's actually the 128, that's Georgie Mackay that we're just seeing now, and that is 24 that has just gotten through on them. That's backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, that's Keys Oshman. So Georgie Mackay doing a very, very good job at this time, so we'll see how that car gets on over the course of the next 2.5 hours, because folks, that's how much we've got left of the race still to go.
Yeah, it's starting to ratchet up quite quickly in terms of the hours and laps that we've had underway here at Hockenheim for the Sim 3D GT series. And what a race we've had here. This has been absolutely stellar stuff. It's unlike Road America, where there was drama and chaos and sort of equal measures. This has been on the track action. This has been drama that's we've not had any safety cars, we've not had any like really massive incidents taking out 10, 15, 20 cars. It's all been proper racing. And I think for me, Alex, I think for the teams and the drivers, hang on a minute, was that car that I just saw off there in the background? No, it wasn't, never mind. I think for the drivers and for the teams, they will feel happier knowing that it's basically all because of what they've done, if that makes sense. It's all down to the drivers, it's all down to the teams, rather than getting caught up in any crazy, unfortunate accidents.
Yeah, that's the thing, because as I said, the first round was to get the feelers out more than anything, and now that we're getting into a real good flow of consistently good quality racing. And after an hour and a half, I mean, I'll be honest with you, when I think what was it, the first round of the ADAC Sim Racing Expo Professional Trophy at Circuit of the Americas, they had 75 incidents within the first hour and a half that race control had to go through. So that just goes to show that from Road America to Hockenheim, everyone's now being given, they've been given the right act. They've been told that this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. And they'll have had that all said to them in the driver's briefing, but we go back now to the battle for P4 between Gorio Autosport and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Now Dan McFarlane is behind the wheel of the number 323 Hyundai Elantra NTCR, and Danny White still behind the wheel of the 311. So the Scotsman doing the Thistle very proud right about now, but he's about 4.4 seconds behind Ryan Chevalier, who was at one point for FTR Esports TCR leading the class.
He's doing not too bad, is he? He'll be rather happy with that one. But the thing with that as well is that it's like I was saying about 10, 15 minutes ago, Alex, you know, with the swings and roundabouts. As a driver, you know, in sim racing, one of the things that you get caught up in is this whole monkey brain syndrome of every single car on track you have to try and pass. For some reason, it's like this inbuilt thing of like you have to fight. Whereas the good drivers, they know what they're doing in terms of they know who they're fighting and they know who they don't have to fight, because any time that you're fighting, you're bringing risk into the situation, and that's not what you want to do during a 4-hour race, because believe me, there is nothing worse than the feeling of some damage or an incident coming to the car and it's your fault, you were behind the wheel when it happened during a team event. Different if it's a single driver sprint event. Oh, and that's Dan McFarlane sent round. In fact, no, it's not. That's the 121.
That's Kookstaas in the 121. That was the back marker racing orange car, and that was off of the Spitzkauer. So that could be another incident that might be investigated by race control. A Vaporworks Sim Sport team are now ahead, and that was of Kunin. So I'm wondering how much time Egidius Kookstaas, actually the Lithuanian driver, lost out. That is Kunin. Kunin's lost it. That was through the Mobile 1 corner. There are more dramas happening. And that was the 06 car going through. Raymond Yip managing to thread his way through. Here come the GT4 brigade, and Kunin for Vaporworks Sim Sport team has just dropped. I think he dropped the car all on his own. I'd like to see a replay of that, but he dropped that big time through Mobile 1, and that is a corner you don't really want to get wrong, because that sends you off into the kitty litter. And what that then thereby does is makes the tyres all dirty, and you've got to get rid of all that rubbish on the surface layer of that tyre to get it back into the operating temperature it needs to be at.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, that rejoin was absolutely shocking there from Kunin in that Vaporworks Sim Sport team. I would not be surprised that if the stewards actually give him a warning for how he brought that car back out on the track there, because there was at least 2 cars that could have been wiped out from that there. And what that's done is that is impacted on Alpinestars Geodesic and the lead for GT4s. Now that's changed. I don't know if that happened during pit stops, but now we've got Alpinestars Geodesic ahead of ATRS Academy.
Yeah, that did, because ATRS actually pitted for Alpine Stars. And right, here's a replay. Now this is going to be an incident between, so there's an incident under investigation. So, oh no, Kookstaas actually got a tag from a BMW from behind, and I'm not too sure which one that was. So there is an incident under investigation between the 111 with Mark Baxter-Jones of 11/10 Racing and THLF Esports 172 Tom Kanath now behind the wheel. That's incident 12. There's more typing happening on in the stewards announcement chat here on the Discord, where we're getting real time, and there's another replay here. So Kunin is going to throw it into Mobile 1. He's on the brakes and just runs wide, and the back end steps out. Oh, he nearly got into the putt, and like you said, the rejoin was more than messy. He should have just held on to those brakes and waited. And that's one of the things in sim racing. If you do not hold on to the brakes, you will straight away be looked at by race control. And THLF Esports, Tom Kanath has a drive-through for avoidable contact for incident number 12.
Oh, goodness me, this is starting to get fast, frenetic, and a little bit furious as well. As up the inside goes Kyle Menzel. He's got Prismatic Motorsports Minerva right on his tail as well. That is going to be the 7th place GT3 AMCAR. And again, all of this chaos and action going on here. As Equipment Racing Black, that's going to be, I believe, is that Kyle Menzel that we're on board with, just behind Kunin.
Yeah, I mean
wow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Prismatic Motorsports Minerva is about 8 seconds behind, with Georgia Mackay behind the wheel, the number 128. And this is going to be a bit close for comfort. Mundell's having to wait for his opportunity as Sutherland in the TCR class was in the way. That was for RD Simsport. Now Kyle Mundell putting the pedal to the metal, now going through into Nordkurve, and that is the 21 of Richard Cawthron going straight past him into Nordkurve, or the North Corner, which is the literal translation. And then the Einfahrt Parabolica is up next, the entrance into the Parabolica itself. So Kyle Mundell saw Richard Cawthron coming and decided to keep out of the way, which is very, very prudent. But right behind, that is Tyler Langenberg, who's right behind Kyle Mundell. And that is the D-Line Racing Red crew. So D-Line Racing Red didn't make it past lap number 11 at Road America, so they still have yet to break their duck in terms of points scored so far this season. Now Equipment Geek Racing Black with Kyle Mundell is trying to close in on Kunin. That gap has now come down because Mundell got an absolute waft of slipstream, and now Cawthron has got past Kunin, so this could give Mundell the opportunity he needs as they go through into Sachs-Curve once again. There was some side-by-side action a little bit further behind. That was one of the GT3s going past, I think, possibly Rob Sutherland in the 358 Hyundai Elantra NTCR. So fifth really heating up in GT3 AM, 1 hour 41.5 minutes of 4 hours completed thus far, and still they are pushing on like it's a sprint race.
And it's brilliant to see. That's exactly what we all came for, and you know, I feel really happy because I was bigging up this championship over Christmas and New Year to you, Alex, getting you hyped up for coming back for the rest of the season. And I'm glad that it's definitely not disappointed, because we've had that before. We've had some championships where we've worked together and it's looked really interesting on paper, and you get to the race and it's like, oh right, okay then. And then the hours just sort of droll by, but this is just so much fun. And I can imagine as well for the teams involved, maybe a little bit less fun, maybe a little bit more stressful, but that's not our problem. We're here to enjoy it and to make sure our viewers at home watch it as well. And as always, a huge thank you to all of our audience on the SimSports Solutions YouTube channel. I hope you're enjoying the evening.
Yeah, and don't forget to give us all your support for who you are cheering on for. Right, incident number 13. It might be lucky or unlucky for somebody, because Sapphire Simsport Alpha and the 292 and Reiter Racing Panda are being investigated. So we are waiting on a decision for that. Kyle Mundell now has lost a bit of time to Vaporworks Simsport team, who are now nearly 1.8 seconds up the road as Kyle Mundell throws the 186 Equipment Geek Racing Black Porsche 911 GT3R through the northern corner, now into the Einfahrt Parabolica. Hard on the brakes. Now has got back. That's the that's Kees Eichermann in the backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, that is out of the top 5. They haven't had an easy night either. There's a GT 3 wide down the Parabolica with GT3, GT4 and TCR. Would you have thought that would have happened? But Kyle Mundell keeps out of the way of the number 24 of Eichermann, who's now going to start battling away with Tyler Langenberg, and now the two Porsches are side by side on the run down from Spitzkauer down into Mobile 1. Eichermann will have the inside line into Mobile 1. Mundell gives him room, lets him get through. Nice and neatly done there for the 186 from Canada.
That was fantastic to watch. I always get a little bit nervous when I see two cars like that side by side, but again, it's the ultimate show of respect from these drivers here, as we're watching D-Line Racing Red still fighting it out with backmarker Razzle Dazzle here. 3 cars round the final corner, because of course you do. But again, yeah, I saw that as well. Just, oh my goodness me. The thing is though, is when you've got these cars side by side, Alex, you know, it's so easy for there to be a misunderstanding, for there to be a little bit of contact, and then it's like a black hole. Once these cars get a little bit too close together, we saw it with the netcode issue earlier on, where the cars get wrapped up in each other, the servers get confused about where the cars actually are. And while I say that, Robert Lancaster actually having a bit of a moment, he gets back on. But when the cars are brought together like that, that's when it causes collisions, and you just don't know what happens.
Well, 15-second time penalty, and it goes to, for Stewart's decision, for incident number 13, Reiter Racing Panda. 15-second time penalty for avoidable contact, and race control have said, please take this penalty in the blue box before you take service at your next pit stop. Well, I did say whether it would be lucky or unlucky, and as it's 3 wide going into Mobile 1! That is I mean,
he's still got the foot in though. He's still got the foot in.
Tyler Langenberg is like a man possessed right now, and up the inside of Kunin in the 122.
No way!
Through the Sachs curve. Through the Sachs curve. Absolutely brilliant performance from Tyler Langberg, the US driver for the number 69 for D-Line Racing Red. Very archetypical of the good old golf racing colours that normally do sport on a Porsche. And then we go back to Super Danny Boy, Daniel White from Goryeo Autosports, now battling away with the FTR Esports TCR Hyundai Elantra NTCR, and he's looking for a move up into the Sachs Curve. Daniel White takes the tighter line, and that is Ryan Chevalier, I think just ahead in the 366, which it is the case, as they now go into the final double. Right-hander, great battling up and down the order. We are just under 15 minutes away from hitting the halfway points here at the Hockenheim Ring Outer Circuit, round 2 of the FTR Events Sim 3D GT Series, brought to you courtesy of race director and Go for the Gap. But this battle is really waging on. That Honda looks to get a nice little bit of a slipstream there going into the Einfahrt Parabolica through turns 2 and 3. They've got a couple of GT3 cars going through, which includes Martin de Jong now behind the wheel of the, I think that is the 193 car, which is the Stage 1 Racing Green BMW. Now, I'm not too sure if that might be a GT3 AM battle for position. I'm just going to have a quick look on the live timing. Don't think that might be the case, because that might have been, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think it was a battle for position, but I'm just having a look at that BMW. Well, that livery's quite black at the back end of it, especially with the trunk of it, as Daniel White now goes side by side with Ryan Chevalier down the drag. They've got a BMW closing in on them very, very quickly. Looks to be the Arctic Racing 120 into Mobile 1. Danny White gets through for 3rd position. Neatly done by the Flying Scotsman.
Beautiful, calculated, cool, clean and crisp. That is exactly what you like to see, but you get the impression that FTR Esports TCR car behind is not finished by a long shot right now. It was a beautiful move though from Danny White. You can't take anything away from that. And these cars are such a handful to drive, Alex. They burn through the tyres, turn them into chewing gum at a rate of knots. And thankfully they're able to keep that on the straight and narrow here. But as you said, I mean, coming up to the halfway point there, that was an absolute send through corner number 1 there, as we go back to Tyler Langenberg. Now, we've been speaking about beautiful, beautiful liveries. That, for me, on the D-Line Racing Red machine, that looks awesome. It's such a crisp and classic livery on that car.
Yeah, it reminds me, if you didn't have the red on it, it would be reminding me of when Richard Petty was running, you know, the King was running in NASCAR. Reminds me of those good old days of racing with the old Chryslers with the big wing and the aerodynamics on the front of it with the old Dodges and that kind of stuff. But yeah, Kunin still trying to keep with Tyler Langenberg, but the number 69 has made up 8 positions so far in this race. Race lead at the moment still 13 seconds is the differential, and there has been a 14th incident now under investigation. Vaporworks Simsport GT4 and in the 224 entry, and the Oh, and it's the GT3 Pro standings leaders. Prismatic Motorsports Athena in the 83. Both cars currently under investigation.
Yeah, that's going to go down like a bucket of cold sick, unfortunately. And usually, where there's smoke, there's fire in terms of these stewards when they tend to look at these sorts of incidents. So we'll wait with bated breath to see what is going to be the outcome of that. But again, I cannot believe this, and I've said this so many times over the past 15 minutes or so, Alex, but how are we so close to already being halfway through the second round of the championship?
It has absolutely flown past, David. And what's more, we have had some great battles. TCR really heating up in the battle for third position, because Sim Racing Grid Phoenix now coming back into the midst for the top three position, well, third place between Goryo Autosport, FTR Esports and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, as Carl Mundell flings the number 186 Porsche 911, still currently sitting in sixth position, but he is not too far behind Q-Nin for fifth place in the Vaporworks Sim Sports Team BMW. Now, one of the other things that we have negated to mention, folks, is that no fast repairs are permitted in this championship. If you are going to repair that car, it's now I see that the number 24 backmarker Razzle Dazzle has just pitted. Just pitted last time out. So we're getting to that point where we might see some more cars probably in the next 10 to 20 minutes, David. We could see another flurry of GT3 pit lane activity.
That's absolutely spot on. I think we're actually going to be closer than that. So if we were every 40 minutes, then I think, 10, 15 minutes again is when we're going to see the next spate of pit stops. That was a beautiful, beautiful move there from Ayers de Vries there for Reiter Racing Walrus. They've not had the best day at the races here, but getting a position over RD Simsport, who are trying to make that back. But again, that's going to be a GT3 car, making sure that those GT4s stay in order. Yeah,
and that is the RD Simsport 258 car. Jared Bridewell behind the wheel of that. So you've got the deep purple, and then you've got the fluorescent green on the respective Mercedes that are going through shot at the moment. And right, steward's decision for incident number 14, no further action, miscommunication on pit entrance. So we are going to give you the ideas of what's going to happen. Jared Bridewell now gets past Alias de Vries back into 10th position. They've got a GT3 car, looks like a Porsche closing in on them, which might be, I'm not too sure who that is. It's just coming through into shot. That is the number 111, Mark Baxter Jones behind the wheel. That car is currently sitting in 6th position. That is the 11 Tenths Racing Team car. Picked up 8 points at the season opener at Road America. Finished a lap down off the eventual race winners. But again, this GT4 battle, Alias de Vries looking up the inside of Jared Bridewell and gets through, and Jared Bridewell runs a little bit wide coming out of the Spitzkehrer, but might be able to get a little bit of a slipstream on this long run down. And now it's going to be side by side. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix's Dan McFarlane up the inside, and that would have been on Ryan Chevalier. Chevalier gets the switch back, and now they've got one of the Brabham Esports cars coming through. That is one of the GT4 cars. Not too sure who that was going through, but a great dice here. Now FTR Esports, oh, late on the brakes and a dive bomb from Dan McFarlane into the Spitzkehrer, and he has a little bit of a touch with Ryan Chevalier, but that was a very, very close call for both cars. Another incident now being investigated between Sim Racing Grid 191, currently sitting in 7th position overall, and the 121. Right, that was for the incident earlier, so that was backmarker Racing Orange that got tagged. by Landon Patmore from Sim Racing Grid in the 191 earlier on. So there may be further incidents still to come, folks. We are getting close to 5 minutes away from half time here. Nearly 2 hours of flat out, full throttle endurance sprint racing here at the Hockenheim Ring.
Half time, but I don't think we're going to be having any oranges. Well, I'll see what I can do, but no promises either way. But yeah, this has just been awesome stuff to watch. All the different classes have had something to really write home about. All the different fights that are going on. You know, a great show though from Barber Esports. We have to take a second to say about how they've been performing today. They had a great round one as well. It didn't quite work out for them in terms of the results, but they were just so good and taking the lead here in the GT3 Pros right now, and being so close to getting a podium as well on the GT4s as well. Yeah, they'll be very happy with that. But I mean, 15 seconds out in front. Richard Cottrell really hasn't had much to answer to. But the question is, Alex, what is going to happen with the teammate to Brabham Esports just now? Because of course he's going to have to hand that over at some point, and at some point it's going to have to be a Dan handover or Calvin Dent getting in.
Well, I mean, I'm just noticing in the chat it's Calvin Dent or Hunter McDaniel that are currently in the Discord with Yanis Albert at the moment. There's Richard Cottrell in the number 21 car, the FTR Esports GT3. He's partnered with Ryan Fritz here today, but a great run by Richard so far, but also Ryan, both doing their level best. And when you look at it, not only have FTR Esports GT3 put in one of the fastest laps, Ryder Racing Purple have also pretty much equalled their lap time. So that just goes to show how ultra competitive this series is. So look at it, FTR Esports GT3 and Ryder Racing Panda to the decimal point, 1 minute 28.194. Both have set the fastest lap of the race, but FTR did it first, if I remember correctly. Sim Racing Grid, fastest of anybody, 1 minute 28.334 in AM. Alpine Stars Geodesic, 1 minute 35.516 with Justin Hem is the one doing magic behind the wheel. And a Scotsman is flying the flag in TCR. Mr. Daniel White, fastest of, I think, of the TCR cars, 1 minute 38.331.
So I'm just taking a second to fully appreciate that. Let's just, do you want to say that again? Scotsman leading TCR? You know,
in terms of the fastest laps, but we've had an instant decision on number 15. Sim Racing Grid drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that's not the best there. I did notice, Alex, as well, the 191 of Landon Patmore actually coming in for a pit stop there. So that kind of excuses that. But I think we're about, let's say, about 5-10 minutes away from getting our next bout of pit stops in. So it'll be very interesting to see whether or not they're going to make any big gains, because at the moment now it looks like with the GT3s they're all spread out. The GT4s, they're within the boundaries, I think, of the strategy pulling them all together. So mark my words, I think in the next hour and a half those GT4s are all going to be pulled right back together again.
Oh right, okay. Incident number 16 now under investigation, and it's a TCR related one, and it's between the 333 of B Sim Racing P and the 322 of Impulse Racing. Now Andreas Gilman is behind the wheel currently of the 322. Behind the wheel of the 333 is Alex Bayens at the moment. And folks, how's about this for a statistic? 45 cars started, and with just under 60 seconds to go, we have 44 still running.
That's that's a very positive statistic. One definitely didn't see coming after our first round out, but yeah, long may it continue. Let's hope we keep it going for another 2 hours. But I've got to be honest, I'm completely enthralled by this little fight we've got for TCR here. FTR Esports, TCR, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in the mix as well. So it's a 3-car fight here for 3rd, 4th and 5th position. And I don't think it's going to be ending anytime soon. Meanwhile, Rachel Concoli is straight onto the back of Kyle Mundell as well for GT3. I don't believe that's for class. I think the 186, sorry, the 83 of Rachel Concoli is in GT3 Pro, so that's not for position, but still managing to undo the damage of a poor start for them as Landon Patmore is into the wall, I believe.
Yeah, so, and then all of a sudden the race leaders in GT3 AM 11 tenths racing team with Mark Baxter Jones behind the wheel. Now get this car is 6th overall and has just put in a 1 minute 28.29. So fastest for GT3 AM in terms of pure lap time. Now things are really closing up again for P3 for Daniel White, Ryan Chevalier, Dan McFarlane. So the 311 Honda from Goryeo Autosport plays the 366 from FTR Esports, and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix continuing to try and fight, scrap their way tooth and nail in this battle for the final step on the virtual rostrum in the TCR class. And now just over 60 seconds ago, we now are halfway through the race, so we're going to take you through our top 5 whilst we still have the TCR battle on your screens at the moment. So Brabham Esports lead the way by nearly 16.5 seconds out of FTR Esports GT3 for the overall race lead and also for the class lead in GT3 Pro. Eric Staropoli for Aerokinetics rounds out the top 3, followed by Justin Nair for Relta Racing Panda in the 77, and RPM Racing with Robert Lancaster behind the wheel rounds out the top 5. Then it's Mark Baxter Jones for 11 tenths Racing, the 111 that leads GT3 AM. Tom Knath rounding out the top 2, having been in the lead, but obviously a penalty has put them a little bit on the back foot. Backmarker Racing Orange in the 121. Egidius Kukstas from Lithuania now behind the wheel of the 121 Porsche. Kunin still has done over half the race time so far in the 122. Vaporworks SimSport Team BMW. And then it is Kyle Mundell in the 186 Equipment Geek Racing Black Porsche that rounds out the top 5 in the class. Then we have a look here. Antti Tuominen from Finland now in behind the wheel of the 49 Motorsport Maroon Aston Martin GT4, as we see one of the prismatic motorsport cars coming through into coming through into the Nordkurve. But then looking in the battle for GT4 top honours, it still at the moment is Alpine Stars Geodesic. And I will now just say that Impulse Racing in the 322 have just been hit with a pit stop, causing avoidable contact. So that means Impulse Racing have a 10-second time penalty, and they've got to take that at the next stop. So dramas in TCR now. Jason Landry for Beehive second in GT4. Patrick Hingston third in the ATRS Academy FTR car. Brabham Esports Hissing Red in the 287 with Howard Stadler rounding out the top 4. And then in 5th place it is Brabham Esports Blue with Stephen Walkup behind the wheel. And now Impulse Racing will be ceremoniously dropped from the lead once we go through the next cycle of pit stops for the TCR class, which could very much promote Rob Sutherland in the 358 for RD SimSport. Daniel White still behind the wheel for Goryeo Autosport in the 311 Honda Civic Type R. Ryan Chevalier and Dan McFarlane at the moment round out the top 5, and those are your top 5 in all 4 respective classes.
And just while you were giving us that breakdown there, Alex, I'm absolutely stunned. My jaw is on the ground. Raymond Yip for Blue Chip Racing Academy has set 2 consecutive fastest laps in his first laps behind the wheel of that car. He did a 128.11 and then did a 127.85. He is the fastest man on the track by at least 0.4 of a second.
Right, we've got a battle going on here. Carl Mundell behind the 172 of Tom Knath. Now that car did have to serve a penalty, a drive-through penalty. So that would have been a trip through into the pits. So now that is the battle for 4th position. And slowly but surely, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva have made their way steadily up the field. Georgie Mackay still behind the wheel of the 128, having done a fantastic job so far. At the moment, that's a bit close for comfort there for the THLF car going through into the Nord cover. This could give. Oh, and there was a car coming out of pit lane, and now Carl Mundell looking up the inside of Tom Knath through into the Einfahrt Parabolica. Will he have the run coming out of the outside of it? Now this is going to be the run to the line, and he got it done. He got it done before even going down the Parabolica. Great work there by Kyle Mundell. Absolute textbook through that point of the circuit.
Yeah, he really, really had the measure of that car, got it done, knew exactly where he could place it to make it stick out and get the best effect on that machine. So beautiful, beautiful 4th position there for Equipment Geek Racing Black there. THLF Esports are going to have to try and sort of lick their wounds and make the best of this, and it could very well happen because it's into the slipstream, but it's not enough. That Porsche just has the grunt up this straight here. But what it could also be is with pit stops coming in here, could be a lot of fuel saving.
Yeah, that's going to be a crucial point that could decide how things are going to be. Yannis Albert now in the pit lane. What will be the 3rd pit stop for the race leaders? Brabham Esports looking to springboard up the standings table after what was a very, very difficult first time out, where they retired on lap 61 out of 103 laps that took place at Road Atlanta. And what's more, this is now he's done a quintuple stint. Yannis Albert is an absolute machine right now, but Dan McFarlane has got the jump on Ryan Chevalier in the FTR Esports Hyundai Elantra, as they're going to be side by side. Chevalier getting the side draft now, but he's going to be to the outside. There is a slow GT4 on the right as they now head into the Mobile 1 corner, and Chevalier's not giving in, and he kept it pinned around the outside. That was a great move by Chevalier to keep the FTR Esports 366 Hyundai Elantra NTCR ahead of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix's Dan McFarlane.
Beautiful, beautiful textbook move there, and absolute bravery there for that car to go right round the outside and keep that foot in. It's so brave to do that, because you know it's so very easy for cars to collide and to come together. And Ryan Chevalier there is going to be very disappointed that went the way that it has. But either way, in fact, I'm just watching the FTR Esports TCR car there dropping to more than a second back behind now. So I'm wondering what on earth happens quite with that car. Either that, or is the... Well, no, that's significantly off there for Ryan Chevalier there. So, yeah, a little bit unusual. Is there a problem for that car?
Yeah, well, the thing was they came out of the final corner and Chevalier ran a little bit wider. But there's also been a development at the number 21 crew, FTR Esports GT3, that Richard Cawthorne has said that the crew chief just overrode the full tank and short fielders by 13.5 litres. That's not good, and he said no idea what that means for us, but not good. However, they are still sitting pretty in second position, but the gap between Ryan Fritz, who's now behind the wheel, and Yannis Albert still at 16.3 seconds. Patrick Hingston now behind the wheel of the 212 ATRS Academy car, now closing in on the car in front. So it is a McLaren 1-2 at the moment. That is Jason Landry for Beehive in the 207. Mark de Boer for the 191 has just pitted. That is the Sim Racing Grid GT3 AM car, and that has been on a doubt. That car has been a bit in the mire as well. That has dropped outside the top 25 overall because that car, David, has just been in the pit lane for 9+ minutes. The 193 has also, as I said about the fact that you can't have a fast repair. The 193, Timothy van der Broek from Stage 1 Racing Green, handed the car over to Martin de Jong, but the car needed 7 minutes worth of repair. The 185 car that has got Chris Pearce behind the wheel, that's Equipment Geek Racing, was in the pit lane for nearly 2.5 minutes. And now the 122 is effecting a driver change. Vaporworks SimSport Teams Cunene has now gone out. Nikos Sadnakis has got behind the wheel, and that car has only been in the pit lane for 32 seconds. As those wondering what the buzzer is in the background, it's when a car is actually entering the pit lane, which Mark de Boer has done and has been in for just over, well, it's Garrett Lahr who's been in the 266. That's one of the GT4 cars. That's been in pit lane for just over 5 seconds. Now we ride on board with Rachel Concoli in the number 83. Now this is the car that was leading the standings. Prismatic Motorsports Athena now is closing in on the number 69. So Rachel Concoli has got a wriggle on and is closing in on Tyler Langenberg. And look at the amount of backmarker traffic. There is nearly a little touch between the two. We see Daniel White just up ahead in a 311, as there's more pit stops now happening, this time for TCR. So we saw the first pit stops for that around about the 1 hour 3 to 1 hour 5 minute mark. Rachel Concoli now trying to close it in on Tyler Langenberg. So could this be the deciding moment where Prismatic Motorsports Athena get themselves back into the swing of things? Because the first part of the race for this crew, David, in the 83 BMW M4 GT3, they've had a mountain to climb, but they have started doing what they needed to do. Just put in consistent lap times and not make any mistakes.
That's exactly what they need to do. And a beautiful, beautiful onboard shot here. Look at the bokeh and the depth of field that you've got there on that camera. You just focused intently on that car up in front of D-Line Racing Red. Yeah, this is a very surprising outcome so far for the Prismatic Motorsports team, based on the fact that I've seen them in numerous different championships and they're just ridiculously dominant. Like the work that they put into the drivers, into the team, and you know, seeing what happened in round number 1, that's what I thought we were going to have here, but it's not quite worked out that way. However, it's still going to be a good haul of points, but I think they did get caught out quite badly with that GT4 car, the lap traffic there. But again, we've said this time and time again here, Alex, it's just swings and roundabouts. It's the way that multi-class racing goes.
Indeed it is, but it's just about just keeping to a strategy. And as we said at the, you know, in the opening hour, a championship campaign is built on consistency and how you move forward. And now, because of the fact that Tyler Langenberg, I think that is Alpine Stars geodesic, that he's just managing to try and get past through the first right-hander, hasn't scarpered away. Now Rachel's going to get through into the Sudkurve. Gap now between them. The Porsche's going to start stretching its legs coming out of the final corner. And now that gap has expanded to about nearly 0.8 of a second as they head into the Nordkurve. Little bit of a lift there from Rachel, going through into turn 1. And look at that. Rachel was actually quicker than Tyler on that particular lap by over 0.2 of a second. So Rachel is chipping away at what Tyler is trying to do. And Tyler is the one that's being the effective guinea pig here, isn't Tyler?
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on here. This is actually a fight for position here, because that's Nikos Sanadikis just up in front as well, coming up down to the tight right-hander. As we've got a yellow flag, that is the safety car. We've had our first safety car out, Alex.
Right, okay, just getting word. So that is going to mean that the field is going to slow, and this is going to bunch the grids up. So all that work that Yannis Albert, there is going to be no wave around for any class leader whatsoever. So we will wait for an announcement from race control. So that is a full course yellow. Safety car is out, picks up the race leader. And now, what does this mean? This means that Ryan Fritz will have an opportunity. And I think I just saw him coming into shot, because that gap is now going under 10 seconds. This is where, folks, the first safety car, just 15 minutes past the halfway point. I'm wondering what that is actually for. So this is going, so as soon as we get word, we will convey that, but that means it has neutralized the race. What does that mean for us, folks? Anything can happen in motorsport, and normally it pretty much does, doesn't it, David?
Well, including Yannis Albert trying to bump draft the safety car. That's a bold strategy, son. I'm not sure it's going to work out. I'm pretty sure the stewards are going to clamp down on that sort of thing. Listen, I'm not sure. I didn't see any accidents there, or it could have just been somebody that had an accident and went straight back to pits, but already brought out the safety car. We've got two cars that have just straight back in, the FTR Sports of Garrett Lahr and Islas de Vries are in the pit lane as well. But listen, who cares? Excellent for us, because we get all the drama and the action that are going to inevitably kick off after this. So I'm absolutely okay with this. But again, what it does mean is, as much as it squeezes all the drivers together, it doesn't squeeze them together in their class. So they're just basically where they are out on circuit, if that makes sense. And the safety, I thought for a minute there the safety car lights were off there, but you can just see it as the car comes round into the darkness there. The lights are still on. So yeah, we're going to have at least one more lap of this.
Yeah, and then we are going to be at 10 tenths and then some, because I sense fireworks are in the offing as soon as things get back underway. So what will happen is that for the formation is that effectively when the drivers make their way out of turn 12, the start zone for the restart will begin on the white line on the exit of turn number 12, and then drivers can overtake on the start finish line. So it will be effectively a single file style restart. Now this is very, very crucial, because it is about who times that restart first. If they time it perfectly, and I've seen it in karting quite a lot, where there is a single file restart, no one's able to overtake until you cross that finish line. And if someone does that, it's effectively a case of what will happen as a result. So if they make a mistake on the restart, they overtake before the finish line, then a penalty could be incoming. I've seen it before. And what it's also done, David, look at the amount of cars now pitting. Alpine Stars, Geodesic, Beehive, Brabham, Esports, Hissing Sid. This has given people a free safety car stop, haven't they?
It certainly has, and we were coming up to that time anyway for the GT3 cars. I think they were going to be coming up for their second pit stop. Certainly, if they're pitting every 40 minutes, that would be 120 minutes, so 2 hours. So well, we should be well past that actually now. So yeah, we'll see. I think it'll just be the GT4s then and the TCRs that get a free pit stop out of this.
Mm-hmm. There has been no wave arounds that I've seen, so they are basically neutralising the entire race. So what has that meant for our class leaders? Well, the gap now drops to less than 3.5 seconds for GT3 Pro between Brabham Esports and FTR Esports GT3. 11 tenths racing team. Effectively, that makes it down to about 3 seconds. GT4, well, ATRS Academy FTR now will become the GT4 class leaders. However, they have yet to circle through the pit stops. Neither has Stephen, and that's with Patrick Kingston behind the wheel. Stephen Walkup behind the wheel of the Brabham Esports Racing Blue, Brabham Esports Blue, and also Simon Van Dyke for Cloud Racing, the 216, yet to serve a second pit stop. Neither has Samsoid Simsport with Niels Decker behind the wheel, RD Simsport in the 258s, and Richard Cawthorne has just jumped into the YouTube chat going, full course yellow could save our bacon on fuel. Wish I was competent with strategy. Eloquently put. And it looks like Alias de Vries was in the pits for 21 minutes and counting. And that was on lap number 72. So there has been a drama for Rota Racing Walrus. So that could put us down to, Sapphire Simsport, the 292, has been in the pits for over 21 minutes. Mark de Boer for the 191 Sim Racing Grid car. Well, Jacob Lang is now behind the wheel of the Sapphire Simsport number 292. No movement from Sim Racing Grid because they've been in the pits for 11 minutes. Garrett Lahr now back on for FTR Esports GT4. 1 minute and 15 seconds that car was in pit lane. So we've had nearly the best part of a 12, as now ATRS Academy 212. Patrick Kingston now jumps into pit lane. So if there are any waiver rounds, it's going to be drivers from certain classes that are not the leaders, because as I said earlier on, the class leaders will not get a wave by. Cars that are behind could very well do so, and that could put them back into contention. Because look what it's done to the TCR field, David.
Absolutely, it squashed them all right back up together, and that's exactly what that TCR class needed, because there was some big gaps opening up there, and certainly with different drivers in behind the wheels or in behind these cars now as well. I just get the impression that this is just... I do not think this is now going to be the last safety car that we get here, because normally what you see is that as these cars are so tightly bunched up, you've got too many cars closely together here. It's just going to be, it's going to be a very spicy meatball.
Yep, it definitely will be the case. So... we will find out when we are able to go green, but that has really concertinaed the field, and this is where Ryan Fritz and Richard Cawthorne will be rubbing their hands with glee, but Yanis Albert will be pace setter once that Porsche safety car peels in. The scanner style lights on the top of the Porsche 911 safety car still flashing from side to side. So once those are extinguished, then we will then be given the sign to go racing, and then the Porsche pace car will then start to accelerate. Now that car is starting to accelerate. So whether those lights do, probably just to get away from Yanis Albert from bump drafting him on that particular occasion, like he was doing just after the full course yellow and the safety car being deployed. So this is where the strategy, this actually gives people an opportunity to do less pit stops as well, David, and also the fact, right, so yeah, just I think, I'm wondering if we've had any further cars that have actually been retired, though. That's the thing.
Not that I can see. I'm just having a quick scan through the list, but it looks like pretty much as we had them here, which is kind of cool as well, because you mentioned that about half an hour ago, Alex, with the fact that You know, we've still got so many cars onto the grid, and that's why we're still under safety car. Now we're starting to get the wave rounds coming through here, which are being done manually. So we've got at least one more lap of the safety car, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so we are going to have those right, okay, so it looks like we've had and also had a slight incident under the safety car as well. So this is going into Mobile 1. Now there is, that's the, so we've got the 288 of David Duno from Alpine Stars. Oh! And that was the 249. That was Dexter Castro, who's now been in the pits for just over 70 seconds. So Dexter Castro had a moment, clattered into one of the Mercedes.
That's absolutely bonkers. I don't understand that. Especially they're supposed to be driving at a steady pace. And so you shouldn't be having that concertina effect where cars are braking. And yeah, just silly thing. I think they'll get absolutely spanked by the stewards for that one, because that is, you know, when it's under safety car, incidents like that will be unforgivable.
Yeah, that's very much the case, and they will never look favourably. They'll be saying, well, hang on a second, you need to drive under due care and attention and be within the specifics of what has been set out in the regulations. So they will have all had to have read that and made sure that all the drivers followed it, but sometimes it does happen. There will always be that moment that it just catches somebody out.
I think the thing for this as well, Alex, is that you know, we look at this and we think, oh well, it gives the drivers a chance to reset and a chance to you know, relax, you know, to ease off and get a wee break. It's like, this is the last thing they want. This is furthest from what they want to be doing right now, because they want to be you know, constantly in a rhythm. They don't want this stop-start sort of stuff going on. And they want to be able to keep in that flow, so they'll be begging for this to get over very, very quickly. And this is the case now. We have to watch. I think we might be getting another lap of the safety car here. And yeah, there we go. Some more drive-bys going through, and in fact, more cars into the pits now. That's important. I think that was the one car that was between Brabham Esports and FTR Esports GT3. So that could be pivotal.
Lights are out on the safety car, folks. One more lap, and then we're back under green flag racing. I thought that you were spot on there. That was Chris Pierce just jumping into pit lane in the 185 from the GT3 AM class, I believe. That was the Equipment Geeks Geek Racing Vault that is currently sitting 9th in the championship standings. And now look at the tactic being employed by Yannis Albert. He wants to get away from Ryan Fritz as soon as that car peels out into pit lane. And now you can see the psychological games, the mental warfare is starting to begin. Aerokinetics are 7 seconds away from second position. So that puts them within a 9-second window of the overall race leader. Great shot from just underneath the right-hand side of the rear wing of the number 62 Brabham Esports Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo 2020 with Germany's Yannis Albert behind the wheel. We're coming up to 90 minutes to go, and you can hear that naturally aspirated 6.2 litre V8 sort of like as he literally guns the throttle a little bit. But what they'll be doing also in this stage is to get some temperature back into the engine, but then also get temperature back into the tyres and the brakes. as now the Porsche pace car is starting to pull away. Yannis Albert becomes the pace setter. And very, very shortly, David, in about 4 corners' time, we'll be back under green flag racing.
Giggity, 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 let's go racing. I am so up for this because somehow we've only got an hour and a half. I feel cheated out of the past half hour. But it is what it is. And I've got no doubt that we are going to see some wild stuff coming up in the next 10 minutes. This is so crucial. I mean, if ever there was a chance for Ryan Fritz to take this lead, then yeah, now is it. The other thing though is Raymond Jip has lost massively. Remember, he was knocking in fastest laps of the race, but is now an extra lap back.
That just goes to show how a full course yellow plus a safety car. Oh right, the lights have come back on again. The lights have come back on again.
I did think there was going to be more drivers getting shown the wave around here.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see, because those lights were on for most of the lap, and now they've come back on. But I think the proof will be in the pudding if the pace car... No, the pace car does not peel into pit lane. Now, what this means, folks, is that now patience is going to be the key point here. Because you don't want to get yourself all antagonised because of the fact that... Yeah, now there's one of the GT4 Mercedes going past. Now, once the safety car procedure is complete, then the lights will go out. So the lights have gone out again, but the teams are being directed by race control via text chat on Discord to be given the wave passed. And what this means, look at GT4 now. Look at GT4, how close that is. And now Yannis Albert is weaving from side to side, trying to use the car's momentum to get some lateral sidewall heat into those tyres, because he's going to need those weapons to be sharp. And if anyone might remember Truth in 24 too, when Tom Christensen, 9-time Le Mans 24-hour race winner, was consulted on a decision to make a tyre choice that meant that Marcel Fessler, Benoit Trullier and Andre Lotterer would go on to win Le Mans in 2011 as the sole Audi sport car after 2 major accidents for Alan McNish and Mike Rockenfeller that particular year, when they were against the might of Peugeot. But David, this still... Okay, you're saying that, yeah, we feel a little bit cheated, but I think that we're not going to be cheated because of the fact that the teams are now going, hang on, this is bringing us into a potential W on the cards, and you can see that in TCR, you can see that in GT4. This is really going to spice things up. I mean, you said about 7 safety cars in the first, what was it, half an hour at Road America?
Yeah, that's spot on.
And we went 3 times that, or over 4 times that, before the safety car was initiated here. Jacob Lang in the number 292, currently sitting in... So that car's going to move up into 42nd position because Garrett Lars' car, the 266 FTR Esports car, is still in pit lane, and it's been there for over 10 minutes. You can see the 266 showing up in pit lane there. So Sapphire Simsport Alpha will move up a position in the GT4 class. But now the field making its way. Yeah, so they're getting the wave. Yes, so Jacob Lang will now be able to get up to, well, probably about 75% race speed. And then there's also, that is the, right, that is the Stage 1 Racing Green BMW. But now, let's see. So the Porsche pace car has got into the pits. Ladies and gentlemen, round 2, under starters orders, out of the Sud Curva, Yannis Albert. Now we'll wait and then bury the throttle. Red lights on the gantry. And the green flag is waved. We're back underway with 2 hours and 34 minutes completed. Now the race really begins.
It really is, and look at how aggressively Janis Albert trying to get heat into those tyres. And there is Ryan Fritz right onto the back, as if you wanted any more drama, any more excitement in this race. Here we go, it's been injected straight back into it. Fritz onto the back here, and this is going to be a huge fight for the lead of the race with only an hour and 20 minutes left to go, Alex.
Yeah, so Ryan Fritz trying to look towards the inside into the hairpin of the Spitzkehrer. And that means that the Mercedes able to put the power down a little bit better than the Porsche. And you can see now that Janis Albert trying to weave from side to side, trying to build that temperature up quickly in those tyres and in those brakes. Ryan Fritz just kept it pointing straight, and that gap is now under 0.3 of a second into Mobile 1. And then into the run, into the Sachskurve. A little bit wider exit out of Mobile 1 by Janis Albert. Tighter line taken by both drivers on the purposeful racing line. Into the next left. Now into the right, into the double right-hander on turns 11 and 12. Gap still 0.3 of a second. And third place could be second for Goryeo Autosport in TCR very, very shortly. Ryan Fritz, we now ride on board through
Alex,
cover.
What's happened to Alpinestars Geodesic from GT4? They were up in the lead of the race and they've fallen all the way down.
Oh, okay, well, they're in the pits, are they? Oh, crikey. Right.
I'm not sure, they've just disappeared.
Oh my goodness me, now has that been a disconnect on their side? We'll wait and find out, because we still have to keep our eyes on this battle for the overall race lead. Brabham Esports not scoring any points at Road America last time out. And now towards the inside goes Ryan J. Fritz. He's up the inside, through into the Spitzkehrer, and now takes the race lead. Can Albert get the undercut? No, he can't. Now slots in behind, gets the slipstream. And this is going to bring in, and look at the battle between, look, third and fourth in GT Pro has really kicked off. Aerokinetics just a second ahead of RPM Racing. But now it's a slipstream fest from Spitzkehrer down to Mobile 1. Ryan Fritz now in the race lead, and the number 21 FTR Esports GT3 Porsche 911. Now into the Sachskurve once again. Janis Albert had everyone else's number until the safety car came in. The Porsche seems to have been able to activate its tyres and brakes a little bit quicker than the Mercedes, and now that gap has extended to 0.7 of a second. Janis Albert pitted a couple of laps later. Spencer Hewins now has managed to get through. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle though, now up into 6th place, has put in the all-time far. Well, Stephen Jones has just put in a 1 minute 27.33. The track has evolved significantly. Spencer Hewins from Aerokinetics now trying to go along with things as they transpire. Now looking up the inside of RPM Racing. This is for third position in the class. So Spencer Hewins versus Patrick Gannon. Battle for P3 has really, really come alive.
Well, oh my goodness me, that's I feel like I've aged 10 years in that 7 minutes since that restart. Goodness me, awesome stuff though. Spencer Hewins for Aerokinetics in between a rock and a hard place right now, because he's onto the back of RPM Racing. He'll be desperate to try and get that position back there. But also, he's going to have to watch out because Raider Racing Panda are catching up at a rate of knots here. Meanwhile, the GT3 AM battle as well. THLF Esports are right onto the back of 1110 E Racing. So there's a huge battle for that GT3 AM as well. So that is going to be the 111 and the 172.
Also moves for Prismatic Motorsports, the Minerva crew, the 128 with Shorsha Fitzpatrick behind the wheel, now up into P5 in the class. Incident number 17 under investigation at 2 hours and 16 minutes and 20 seconds. FTR Esports GT4 266 and Backmarker Racing Orange under investigation. They're nearly 4 wide from the Spitzkehrer going down into Mobile 1, and it was a smorgasbord of GT3, TCR and GT3 cars. And we're nearly 3 wide going into Mobile 1. My godfathers on this is absolutely ridiculous. And we have, David Christie, just over an hour and 20 minutes still to go.
Absolutely, and think about it, right? We last had this situation about 10 minutes into the race originally, when we had all the TCR cars bunched together, still in a group, and getting caught up en masse by the GT3s. That's what we've seen again now after this restart here, as we see Tom Kanak centre it up the inside. That is for position. So THLF Esports take the lead of GT3 and then an 11-tenths racing don't really have all that much to answer for it. So Byron Crawford getting sent packing.
Well, there we go. Another incident now. The incident under the safety car, RD Simsport and Sapphire Simsport Alpha, incident number 18. 2 hours, just after the 2.5 hour mark. Under investigation, that would have been the incident under the safety car conditions going through between Mobile 1. And now Prismatic Motorsports Athena looking very, very racy indeed. Looks like they've got that's possibly the one, that is the 122. That is the Vaporworks car with Nikos Sanidakis behind the wheel of that car. So Prismatics Motorsport Athena, Rachel Concoli still behind the wheel and is trying to still gather pace to put an assault to try and get past Tyler Langenberg for D-Line Racing Red, who are just over a second up the road. Blue Chip Racing looking to close in on backmarker Razzle Dazzle, Racing Razzle Dazzle. We got this is Huge As with Sven Demel behind the wheel in the 237. McLaren now closing in on the pair of Brabham Esports cars in the GT4 class, and that is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But you can see that the Brabham Esports Blue and the Hissing Sid cars are running in formation, and they are going to do all they can to keep the 237 McLaren at bay.
And they're going to have to work very, very hard because they've got TCR cars in that mix as well, and that could allow the McLaren to get the run. Here it comes, so it's going to have a little bit of draft there, possibly slipstream coming 3 wide down the back stretch then towards Spitzkehre, and that McLaren I think has got the upper hand on that Mercedes there. It's going to be last late breakers, Mercedes first in, going to have to be careful. Oh my good lord, that is not what you want to do, Alex, and that was so very, very, very close to horrible, horrible times.
And that was Christopher Cook in the 366. That is the FTR esports car, I believe, that has now got the 311. That is Daniel White, has been in the car for nearly 3/4 of the race. The Scotsman's put in an absolute monster stint. That's his well, he's currently in. He's doing a triple, is Daniel White. Now, I'm not too sure if there is anyone else that is actually currently running with him at the moment. I'm just going to have a look through in the TCR chat. He's got Matteo Kunza and Akram Zinnoune in that crew. So I have to give Daniel White props. He's done an absolutely brilliant job at the moment, and that was nearly 50 million going into one in the Spitzkehre right then. Now we head to the battle for what is going to be P3 in the overall classification, because now Aerokinetics with Spencer Hewins. Oh, there's drama! There's drama for the 3rd place car! RPM Racing gets tangled up in an incident on the penultimate right-hander, and Spencer Hewins says thank you very much and goes round the outside to take 3rd.
Yep, that is not what you want to see coming into that last corner there, almost getting caught into again there. So Aerokinetics going to have to undo that damage there. RPM Racing rather going to have to undo that damage. Patrick Gannon just really not having any luck there. I'm sure it was a little bit of a nudge onto the back there of Spencer Hewins. But listen, this is exactly what I said was going to happen. The 10 minutes after a safety car, everyone is so frantic, so desperate to get their little piece of the pie here. They will take risks and they will send it any which way they can.
Yeah, very much the case. I'm just having a look back with what happened. It was another GT3 car. It was another GT3 car. Might have been in the AM classification. I didn't quite pick out the number, but it was definitely an AM class car. But that gave Spencer Hewins, the biggest set of barn doors being opened because of an incident involving an AM class car. But RPM Racing's Patrick Gannon is not giving up. Neither is Daniel White for Gorio Autosport, who is trying to close in on the 366 of FTR Esports, Christopher Cook. This is for second place. Impulse Racing at the moment. And right, we've had a steward's decision. So there are some big penalties. 358, RD Simsport, hashtag 258. They get a 30-second stop-go for causing a collision under the safety car, but the biggest penalty of the night, Sapphire Simsport Alpha 292, it's 60 seconds stop-go.
Ouch. That is... that's a slap in the face from the stewards. Goodness me, that is a big penalty, and that will cost them massively. That'll at least put them one lap down already on what they are. So yeah, that's well, there you go. The punishment fits the crime on that one, I'm afraid, but it kind of scuppers your race with just over an hour left to go. You just now have to take your punishment, do the rest of the laps, and see what on earth you can try and drag out of this race here.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's got to be about a bit of it's just about sort of circumnavigating a bit of damage limitation. That's what you've got to do now. And with the fact that Prismatic Motorsports Minerva are now closing, battle for P4 in GT3 AM has really come alive, because again, that car is really going some. That is incredible how they have, as I said, Shosha Fitzpatrick now, and look, the cars are running in formation. This is going to be a great strategy call for Prismatic Motorsports for their cars to work together. Now, they might be in the Pro and the AM classes respectively, but when it's teamwork that happens, that can, as oh hang on, we've got another full course. Look, yellow flags are out, full course again. Oh my goodness me. And Will Coffey, I've just noticed, and the number 157 has just been, that's the Caffeinated Industries car, has been in the pits for nearly 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's let's see what has brought that out then. That's two that we've had. We can't ID where the issue has come from. Well, either way, that's going to take us up to, I would imagine, an hour left to go. Right, okay. I'll be honest, Alex, I'm going to have to go and get some ice packs and some, blindfolds and some stuff to calm my senses down here, to get me ready for this final hour, because I don't think I can handle it, to be honest. We're going to have another period like this. You've got Jan Albrecht in the Brabham Esports, who's going to want to just absolutely send that car. By the way, how on earth is Janis Albert 9 seconds behind Ryan Fritz? What happened there?
I'm not 100% sure. That is a difficult one to quantify, if I'm honest with you, because that maybe
Ryan just kept it pinned while the full course yellow was out. I don't know. But that's weird. Yeah, look, that last lap there, everybody else slowed down and Ryan was just still on it, 1:38.9.
Yeah, well, Yanis did a 1 minute 45.6. Spencer Hewins 1 minute 48, and Patrick Gannon 1 minute 51. Tom Knath 1 minute 56.
Well, plot twist then, Alex. An hour to go. What on earth do we make of this?
Pit stops will be happening. Again, it'll be another set of free pit stops. We had GT4s coming in. I think TCRs could take a pit stop now. But then also it depends on how long. Yeah, it's just... I've got the three. I've got the feeling of saying 3 words. Actually, I'll make it 4. I don't really know.
Yeah, that's well, we'll see, But either way, safety car is out just now. That means that the race is neutralised. You're seeing the places gains on the timing tower there. Big gains in the AM class. 7 places for Backmarker Racing Orange, and again, I'm also seeing Huge Ass Racing back up to P4, but Brabham Esports Blue up 7 positions in that GT4 class, so that's some good gains for them. Also noticing that track map there, I'm pretty sure that second half group need to catch up with the front runners as quickly as they can. As we see just under safety car conditions then, Ryan Fritz leading the field round then as we are about to crack off 105 laps, and as if by magic on command, Ryan Fritz goes into pit lane, and he will be the first one of the field to take the pit stops. In the lead of the GT3 AMS, THLF Esports are also going to come into pit lane there as well, and this could be a very, very clever manoeuvre for some of these drivers, because this is a cheap pit stop. This is not a free pit stop, but it's a cheap one compared to the fact that we could go green flag racing very shortly, and then the drivers who haven't pitted will have to take more time to actually slow themselves down and get themselves into pit stops. So we need to see how many laps we're going to have under the safety car here just now. We'll keep an eye on that. And out of the pits then, we have a large gaggle of cars. Tyler Langenberg does the jump there, comes out into the field here, and will filter his way out as well, as we are seeing El Neil for Impulse Racing. But there you go, there's an idea of how things stand then. Aerokinetics then currently in the lead of this race, and that is a turn up for the books, because Jannis Albert has been into pit lane, comes out just behind Ryan Fritz as well. Now, I didn't see Jannis going into pit lane, but it has shown up that he has done 4 pit stops there. And I'm also seeing the 111 of Johnny Elia is in there as well for 1110. So he's done 410. He's done 4 pit stops, but he is in the lead of the GT3 AM group right now. So that is going to be a turn up for the books there. But again, you can see the cars all making their way around, all tightly bunched up. And you know, we're coming up to the tail end of the third and penultimate hour here, Alex. And again, this just does everything to disturb the rhythm that these drivers have fought so hard to get into.
Yeah, it's there'll always be a little bit of frustration, because when you have a safety car that neutralizes the field, and then all of a sudden you'll have. So I've just been informed that the safety car lights are now out. Now, we have seen it before. The previous safety car indicated, well, effectively we had the safety car lights come on, but what that has then done is then meant that no class leaders will be waved around. We've seen it where cars have been waved past, and then the safety car lights have gone on again, like we saw with Jannis Albert a little bit earlier on. Now, Jannis Albert is currently sitting 5th position, and now the lights are out, so we will get back underway, and we're heading into the last 67 minutes of this race. Is it's going to be the GT4s that will be getting the lights shown to them first. And now the lights are out. We're back under green flag racing conditions. And it's going to be, it's nearly 4 abreast going into the Nord curve. They've got to watch the track limits. And also they've got to have the spatial awareness. We're into the bottom of the ninth, and there has been a tangle, and Gorio Autosport was second in the TCR class. They have been turned around twice. It was too close for comfort, and there were a couple of GT3 cars, including the number 23 of Patrick Gannon, who might have just been a bystander, and this is changing everything around once again. And now that is going to bring out, well, you know what they say about full course yellows. I think we've had another one. We've had another one. They got us back on the green flag racing, and within 90 seconds, we had another full course yellow. They do say that safety cars breed safety cars, and again, this is now our third safety car period, full course yellow of this race. 7 in the first 30 minutes at Road America, and now we got through just over halfway through the race, and now we've got our third one in as many. I mean, David, you mentioned about the fact that safety cars breed safety cars. We've just had it happen within 90 seconds. The GT4s led the field over the start-finish line, and then all hell broke loose. Daniel White got turned around, and and then it just, there was complete and utter bedlam.
Well, this is living up to everything that I thought it would be, to be honest, an hour ago. Yeah, this is goodness me. Right, well, look, again, you just have to dust yourself down, get the cars back in. Thankfully, I mean, the good thing about this is that there won't be too much chaos in terms of the order of position. So it should be the safety car comes out, takes them for 1 or 2 laps, and then just lets them go again. But the other thing is strategy-wise, for those cars that did pit and thought, well, maybe, and for the ones, that didn't pit, they're going to get a get-out-of-jail-free card now. They must pit. So Spencer Hewins, Patrick Gannon, Roy Mass, Nikos Zanikis, Rachel Kunkole, Saoirse Fitzpatrick, and Kyle Mundell, they have to pit. Bring themselves up. It's the sensible thing to do. Bring yourselves back into the strategy with everyone else. You've got an hour left to go anyway. There's no point trying to stretch it out. And then you've got 2 pit stops left to go till the end of the race. But well, that is absolutely breathtaking.
You know what? The person who my heart goes out to right now is the person who's been in a TCR car for the entire race, is Daniel White from Gorio Autosport. That car had made its way up to 2nd position behind Impulse Racing. And after that incident, that car has probably picked up a significant amount of damage, and that scuppers their opportunity for what would have been a fantastic podium for the crew.
It does, but unfortunately, that's the fickle mistress that is motorsport. Either real life motorsport or virtual motorsport. They both hurt just as much. I can absolutely guarantee you, having experienced frustration and pain in real life motorsport and in sim racing, there's nothing simulated about it. It's absolutely gut-wrenching when something like that happens, and you just want to take your frustration out, you want to take your anger out on something. So it's just very, very unfortunate. There's not much really they can do. I mean, the thing is, though, right, let's not forget, they'll come out in 5th place, and then if they have got their damage fixed, who's to say there's not going to be another safety car?
Well, he wasn't in the pits for long. He's in there for less than 48 seconds. So, I mean, the biggest winner at the moment in terms of championship could possibly be FTR. I mean, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix are 3rd at the moment. Impulse Racing are leading the way now. Impulse Racing did a total of 88 laps, finished 7 laps down off of the race winner at Road America, and it was Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Now, if I remember correctly, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, with Johansson behind the wheel, took pole position. So their race tonight has had a little bit of a pendulum swing from left to right, but it seems to have sort of like equalised itself. But it could have been fourth had it not been for the fact of Goryeo Autosports Daniel White getting caught up in that unfortunate incident, and that's what it was. And I would imagine that, I mean, the thing was, when we got the restart going again, what that then meant was the fact that you had the GT4s and you had GD6 race, Alpine Stars GD6 Racing's David Duno, and that car had dropped off the that car was behind the safety car. So you had GT4s, probably intermixed with some TCRs, and then all of a sudden the GT3s have like literally wound up the volume to level 11, and then all of a sudden everything has just subsequently kicked off. And that is, as you said, multi-class racing can provide that kind of drama when a safety car period happens, the wave rounds get done, and now the safety car lights are off again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're into the fourth and final hour, the golden hour, here at round 2 of FTR Events Sim 3D GT Series Season 4 here at the Hockenheim Outer Circuit, 4.3 kilometers. So, when we go green again, our overall race leaders, which is now, funnily enough, Aerokinetics with Spencer Hewins behind the wheel, now will have done 109 laps, which equates to nearly 475 kilometers of racing total, which nearly equates to probably about 270 odd miles, I think, give or take.
I'm glad your brain was able to work that one out quite quickly, Alex, because I was nowhere near on that answer right there.
Yeah. So that effectively works out to, well, not too bad. I wasn't that far off. I was about 20 miles out, nearly 294 miles of racing. So the lights are off on the Porsche safety car. And now, did say after the first safety car, the race really begins. Well, what happens now is going to really provide us with that opening page, that final chapter of this race. And to get through the first half of the race without a safety car was pretty good going. Now the Porsche safety car goes into the pit lane, and now David Duino from Alpine Stars Geodesic is just casually just bringing it round the final corner, and now everyone's trying to get into some form of position. Ryan Fritz has got Yannis Albert right up his exhaust pipes. One of the TCRs now comes into the pits. The red lights now start to ignite on the gantry. Red lights go out. Green flag racing back underway. And Yannis Albert is right up the back bumper. And they are, like, it's 3 wide again going into the Nord cover. Please, 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 just take it easy. Bit of a tank slapper for Ryan Fritz as Yannis Albert now up into 4th position overall. Make that 3rd position overall in the GT3 Pro class. TCRs, GT4s and GT3s scrabbling for real estate, but it's Aerokinetics' Spencer Hewins and the number 98 Porsche that now has a lead over the 77 of Roy Mars from what will be, if I remember correctly, that is going to be Reiter Racing Panda. These safety cars have really, really put everyone on notice. Brian Fritz nearly goes into the back of Beehive, going through into the Schmitzkarre. And there is, I also saw, well, consider this. Look at this, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva have now moved up into 4th position. They're less than, what is it, a second, 1.7 seconds behind Vaporworks. Now Vaporworks are going to try and get a wriggle on to keep ahead. But Prismatic Motorsports Minerva have a real good shot at a top 5, maybe even a top 3 finish, and that will give that crew a very, very big amount of confidence going into round number 3 at Barber Motorsports Park in just 3 weeks' time.
Wow, what a start to this, what we on, 4th restart now that we're on? Goodness me, I mean, that was just wild. There was about 300 cars going left, right and centre here, and thankfully everybody minding their P's and Q's as Johnny Alea loses out of position to Yannis Albert, who jumps up into, well, sort of, because the two of them are fighting it out tooth and nail. This is not for class position, this is just for overall position for 3rd and 4th place. They're going to have to watch out because Ryan Fritz is in the hunt as well there. Just an amazing complexity to this race right down here, Alex, and quite honestly I have got absolutely no idea what is going to happen in this final hour.
Your guess is as good as mine, but we're going to enjoy every single second of what's going to happen over the next 55 minutes. And Daniel White has heard the call of the Light Brigade, and he's gotten the Goryeo Autosport number 311 Honda Civic Type R back up into 4th position. But what's even more crucial, he's only 3.2 seconds behind David Johansson, who's back behind the wheel for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Now we're back with Ryan Fritz. And now Vaporworks Sim Sport team have just put in the fastest lap of... No! What a lap! Saoirse Fitzpatrick has just put in the fastest lap for GT3 AM with 55 minutes to go. And that is a 1 minute 27.76. Raymond Yip's done another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 27.37. I've got 2 words, David. Game on.
Let's go. That, I mean, the pace is just absolutely lit up across the field here. Even Spencer Hewins did a 127.57 here. He's going to be running perilously low, I think, on fuel. He last pitted on lap number 83, so he is going to have to come in very soon to get that done. As Rachel Kincauley onto the back end there of that is one of the GT3
yeah, that's Stanidakis. That's the 122 Vaporworks BMW. Now this, Rachel Kincauley's got a real good opportunity. Could line the car up coming out of the Sud Curva and get the slipstream down the main start-finish straight. Stanidakis needs to keep it nice and clean. Does not need to run wide going onto any grassy parts of the circuit. Now both the Prismatic Motorsport cars, Minerva and Athena, running in line astern formation, right on board with the number 83. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, BMW M4 GT3. A little bit run wide then from Stanidakis, going through the Einfahrt Parabolica as Rachel Kincauley now up the gears. Halfway through the rev range at the moment, now gathering pace. The slipstream is really getting into effect. Rachel Kincauley pulls to the outside. Can Rachel get the cut back on the 122? Is going to try and do so. Gets a great run of traction out of the Spitzkecher. And now the run down to Mobile 1. Saoirse Fitzpatrick running behind in the sister car, the 128. So this is getting ultra close. So Rachel Kincauley running in the Athena car. But all this is doing, David, is allowing Fitzpatrick in the 128 to really close in. So Kincauley is helping Fitzpatrick by putting the frighteners on, because I think Stanidakis will now be told, no, it's the 83, the pro car, that's behind you, but keep your eyes on the car behind that, which is the 128.
Sort of, just because I know how well this team runs and how well the gears are oiled in Prismatic Motorsport. I know for a fact that Saoirse Fitzpatrick at the moment has more pace, but the fact that Rachel Kincauley has the track position right now, I think the two of them will just be watching what's going on, pushing together, and likely saving a little bit of fuel for Saoirse just to undo that towards the end there, as that's getting a little bit fighty, as Stephen Warkup off into the wall as well in the 290 down in 20th position, and that car looks to be firmly off track.
Right, okay. There has been a decision made for incident number 17, 121, back marker racing orange, gets a 10-second time penalty for avoidable contact and causing a collision. And the stewards have stated that the net code made the incident worse. Both cars will have still made contact. So there we go, back marker racing orange. Where are they currently sitting at the moment? They are going to get a replay now, coming on the screen now. This is Simon Van Dijk, the 216. This is, oh, and there was, oh, and he gets a touch. He gets a touch. That was from the RD Motorsport car, I believe. And that was going through into the, that would have been the, yeah, that was the RD Simsport number 258. And that just goes to show how quickly things can be turned around. So Simon Van Dijk for Cloud Racing. And now we've got this battle here. Now this is for second position. FTR Esports TCR versus Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. The fire has very much been lit in the belly of the Super Swede David Johansson in the 323, trying to put the frighteners once again on Christopher Cook. And now there's another incident that's under investigation, and it's another one for THLF Esports. And this time it's the 172 and the 185 of Equipment Geek Racing Black under investigation. That was a big run wide out of the final corner from Christopher Cook as David Johansson looks to pounce at the earliest opportunity. Could be through the Parabolica on the run down to the Spitzkauer. The Swede is getting closer by the second.
Fantastic run, tries to go round to the outside. I think he's just going to play caution to the winds on that one, pull that car back a little bit, especially with the connection issues that looks to be happening from that car in front, because there's nothing worse, Alex, than when you're absolutely on pace and the car in front of you is just not 100% reliable. So Chris Cook side by side with David Johansson there, and Johansson trying to get the outside line, gets a cutback, beautiful stuff, can't quite happen to hold on to that position, but David Johansson then up into third position, and I mean, he's doing so well, but he could just have that second place. It's so tantalisingly close, and Alex, you know what it's like. It's like a red rag to a bull. You just have to keep pushing.
Peter Elson for the 121 backmarker racing orange. That car has now been in for a significant amount of time. That has been in for nearly 18 minutes. Stephen Walkup in the 290 now has been in the pits for just under 2.5 minutes. Let's go to a quick replay. Now this is Stephen Walkup. This is the 290 Brabham entry out of the final corner. Gets the tank slapper. That car is getting very close to the barriers. Left side catches. And that is a drama for the 290. And that was the leading Brabham Esports car, the Esports blue car, third in the championship. And now that car is in the pits for a damage repair, and that has taken them out of the top 5. Whereas Yannis Alberts, and also not just him, keep an eye on Ryan J. Fritz behind. These two are just over a second apart. They're third and fourth respectively. So Roy Maas from Reiter Racing Panda in the number 77 has got to have his eyeballs on stalks as they go through into the Einfahrt Parabolica. Albert gets through, and so does Fritz. So now the run for second position begins. Stewart's decision now. The 185 of Equipment Geek Racing Black gets a 5-second time penalty for causing avoidable contact. Penalty to be taken at the next green flag stop.
Yeah, that is frustrating stuff there. A lot of unnecessary penalties, a lot of unnecessary time being thrown away you've got to feel from a lot of these teams here, Alex. But I'm also noticing Spencer Hewins for Aerokinetics now, 17.5 seconds ahead of second place of Racing Panda. Now, while that's not a pit stop in hand just yet, he is really ratcheting out this pace here. And, you know, what's also interesting is...
Yannis Albert! Yannis Albert had the biggest tank slapper I've ever seen through that part of the circuit, and he held on. Code Brown, clean up on aisle 3. Yannis Albert, I doff my snapback cap to thee, because that was a big old save.
Was wild. That was a huge moment. I don't think he's done, because he is absolutely under pressure right now from Ryan Fritz. We saw Fritz able to make that move before the pit stops, but the point being, we've got another pit stop at least to go here. I would imagine the final pit stop round time is going to be about 3:20. That's what Spencer's trying to do. Spencer Hewins is trying to yeek that car out to 3 minutes 20 so that he can do his final pit stop. My God, this could be the mother of all undercuts from Aerokinetics.
Well, as they say, we'll have to wait and see. The jury's not quite out, but the proof will be in the pudding. But nevertheless, this battle for second position. And now it's the flashing of the lights from Yannis Albert from Barber Esports, giving notice to Royma, saying, I'm coming, mate, and it's going to be like a freight train. You won't know what's hit you until it's already happened. Into Mobile 1. Now into the left-hander, coming up very, very shortly here at Sachs Curve. A little bit of a run, a wider run coming out of Mobile 1. Aerokinetics now in the pit lane. So this effectively becomes the battle for the race lead, but it depends on whether one of these three cars blinks and goes into pit lane, and Rider Racing Panda jump into the pits. So it's a bit like it was earlier on. Barber Esports, Yannis Albert versus the number 21 of Ryan J. Fritz from FTR Esports. It's Mercedes versus Porsche, with the Falterbach once again leading the way.
Oh man, this is so fascinating, because like you say, all of these cars still have to pit again. They've only got, they were only able to make like 45 minutes on their stints here, whereas with those extra safety cars, that's what's helped the 98 and the 77 here. So do not discount them. I think they are in a huge position, but they're going to have to watch out, because Bennett Parsons as well in that 172, he fancies getting involved with this as well, as that was a big wobble behind there from the FTR Esports machine.
Yeah, and he was going up the inside of the battle that was happening for second position in the TCR class between Christopher Cook from FTR Esports and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix's David Johansson. So that has given Yannis Albert a little bit of leeway, and that gap has now climbed to just over a second. Aerokinetics now rejoin in fourth position.
Oh my God, Alex, look at that time. That's what, 24 seconds behind the lead group here. That's a pit stop.
That is a pit stop. Yeah, that is massive when you think about it. And I'm just having a look with regards to Aerokinetics. Eric Staropoli, well, that car, the number 98, was in the pits for just over 32 seconds. So you're probably talking the best part of just over 40 seconds. And there is the gap now. Aerokinetics are 26.2 seconds. So when you consider the fact that a pit stop here, 30 seconds, probably plus an additional 20, that's close to a minute, because you've got a trundle on the pit limiter, depending on what the pit limit will be. Now, is that 80 or 50 kph, David? I'm trying to...
I believe it's 50.
That's 30 miles an hour. So you're probably talking an additional 20 seconds by the time you go in. You've got to hit the brake pedal, get on the pit lane limiter, and if you get a stop, if you get a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane, that is your possibility of a race victory done and dusted.
Oh, let's hope that's not what happens here, as we're seeing Ryan Fritz just making his way past one of the back markers here. The thing with this as well, just to give it an extra little bit of spice, is that 98 of Aerokinetics was lapping faster by about 2 seconds a lap than the cars around. However, I do believe Janis Albert and Ryan Fritz and the rest of them all on heavy fuel saving mode, when you consider they were banging in 127s like they were no tomorrow, and now they're doing high 128s, low 129s. I'm not really sure where that pace is going. But the thing is as well, is that's a different driver behind the wheel, Eric Staropoli. So we need to get an idea of what his pace is like behind the wheel of that Aerokinetics machine. But I am very excited, because those 4 cars in front, it's not just the splash and dash they've got to do. They're going to have to do at least, a 10-second pit stop for fuel here.
Yes, that equates to, let's give or take. We've just had incident number 20. Vaporworks SimSport team. They are going to lose P3. They've just been given a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. And that could be, whenever they need to pit next up, that could give Prismatic Motorsports Minerva a 3rd place finish, which will be well and truly needed. But obviously that depends. When did Vaporworks last pit? Sanidakis pitted on, well, that car pitted on lap number 85. So that car, I would think imminently, is going to be in pit lane. So that's going to be ATRS Academy, FTR have just put in the fastest lap of the race in GT4. Vaporworks now pits. And there is Patrick Gannon in 3rd place in the RPM Racing 23 BMW. As now, that was very close into the pit lane. That was Johnny Elliott has just made it through.
Are off in the background, Alex.
Oh, right. Oh my goodness. So if that was Dexter Castro, that would have been the 249 Aston Martin. So there is another incident between Hugh Jass and Brabham Esports Hissing Sid, and that is Dexter Castro. That is on the 12th and final corner. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be even crazier now, because look at what's happening in TCR, David. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, they are covered by less than 2.5 seconds, and we're just under 40 minutes to go.
Yep, this is absolutely awesome, seeing these cars absolutely duking it out right now. It's been a brilliant little fight that they've had all the way through the race, and it's great to finally be able to give them a little bit of attention here. But the 323 Sim Racing Red Phoenix, David Johansson behind the wheel of that one, fighting off Chris Cook and Daniel White just now. So yeah, brilliant fight that we've got going on here, and we'll keep an eye on that. But Alex, I mean, look, it's been a strange race, hasn't it? Because we had 2 hours of, it was just your normal everyday endurance race, and now it's literally like it's like the old 90s gladiator show with the pugil sticks and batting lumps out of each other.
It's like Wolf and Shadow all over again, isn't it?
Exactly.
But look at the fight between GT4 for the class lead. ATRS Academy FTR have been reeled in by Beehive, and now Huge Ass have just been given a 10-second time penalty for avoidable contact with the collision with Brabham Esports Hissing Sid. So the 237 has to take the penalty at their next green flag stop. If they don't stop, then I would imagine that's going to be added on to their race time at the end of what's happened this evening, post-race. So that is going to, you know what that's going to mean? That is going to mean that Brabham Esports Hissing Sid will effectively be given 4th position, because they're less than a second behind. Here's the race, here's the battle for the race lead in GT4. Beehive in the number 207 have got Jason Landry behind the wheel, who's done an absolutely brilliant job for the crew in the McLaren 570S GT4. Tom Mayle for 212 ATRS Academy FTR still leading the way. They are now going to go on to their 117th lap, 123 laps now completed by the race leader, Janis Albert for Brabham Esports, leading the way. The gap between him and Ryan Fritz for FTR Esports GT3 now has gathered a little bit of momentum in the 62's favour to just over 1.2 seconds. And there is the race leader. And look how quickly he just pulls to one side. The speed differential between GT3 and GT4. You know, the GT4s will be running at around about 400 brake horsepower. The GT3s running slightly north of 500 brake horsepower. Now it's the turn of Ryan Fritz, who's trying to get his way past the two GT4 leaders. FTR Esports TCR have got a warning for avoidable contact for the clash between them and Alpine Stars Geodesic in the 288, and it's been a difficult one for them. So now look at how big the gap is. Eric Staropoli has now gotten into the 129s, a 129.07, and there is the number 98. And that car, David, is quite a considerable distance away. There's a 33-second gap between them and the 23 of RPM Racing, with Patrick Gannon behind the wheel of that car. But what that means, that could give the window of opportunity for Yannis Albert and Ryan Fritz. If they did a 20-second pit stop, they may still come out in front.
Yeah, they very well could do. He's lost about 7 seconds since we last checked in on him. I think it was about 26 seconds was the gap up to the leaders before, so that car really just not having any fun just now. We're back to Chris Cook though in this TCR melee. That's the only way we can describe this three-car fight. It's been going on for well, since the dawn of time from the sounds of it. Sim Racing, Grid Phoenix, FTR Esports, TCR and Gorio Autosport as well. I tell you what, I mean, what a thing for Gorio Autosport. We were saying about an hour ago about how it was hard lines for them, and you know, it was a bitter pill to swallow, and now they're on the verge of getting up into second place. Brilliant recovery.
Yeah, Daniel White's still behind the wheel. He's decided to do the whole race. He wants to do this as a solo effort, and that just goes to show that when someone has got that adrenaline, that fire, that motivation to get through, that just goes to show how quickly you can change things around. And now Ryan Fritz, we have to go back to GT3 Pro Race Lead, because that gap now, look at it. Ryan Fritz has just taken 7/10 out of Yannis Albert, and we're less than 4 minutes away. Fritz is going to go for the race lead into the Einfahrt Parabolica. The 21 Porsche gets through, and now it's the opportunity for Yannis Albert to take the pressure off himself and now put the pressure back on to Ryan Fritz. And look at the slipstream, look at the draft the Mercedes is getting through the Parabolica. These cars will be pushing close to over 260 kilometers an hour heading into the Spitzkau, which they do now. Who takes the tighter line? It's Albert, but Fritz gets the pull out of the corner. Now, looking at it from this perspective, Yannis Albert did a shorter pit stop than the 21 of FTR Esports, whether it was Richard Cawthorne or Ryan Fritz behind the wheel, but that will mean that Brabham will be a little bit lighter on the fuel. But it's going to be about the case of who's going to blink first here, David, because they pitted on the same lap.
Well, that's just it, but I think that was a tactical move actually from Yannis Albert. I think that he was wanting to just stay on to the back end of Ryan Fritz. The problem with that is that I think Ryan Fritz might just have a little bit too much pace right now, or the pair of them could be working together, knowing that they've only got half an hour left to go in this race, and knowing that they have to watch out for Eric Staropoli, although not now, as Eric Staropoli is going backwards at a rate of knots right now. He is really just not able to make this happen here. But the thing is that definitely looked like it was a planned move. I mean, look at here. But the thing is that in any intents and purposes, Yannis Albert would have had the pace to get past that car, but he didn't. He lifted off. He wants that FTR Esports car to be in front. He wants it to drag him around and do some of the work. Akram
from Gorio Autosport has said that their Honda Civic is carrying 4 minutes of damage since the safety car restart crash, and he said that the front left suspension is barely hanging in there. So I have to give credit to Daniel White for still, as an absolute trooper, he is within 1.2 seconds of possibly getting back into second position, because when you look at it, both Christopher Cook, David Johansson are still not out of the woods quite yet. But now, as you said, David, Ryan Fritz is trying, I think he's trying to start, well, the Porsche's got that pace, and now we go to the battle for 11th position in GT4, Samsoy Simsport versus 49 Motorsports Maroon. Gap between them is less than 0.3 of a second as the number 2 49 with Dexter Castro back behind the wheel now has closed in, and also incident number 23 is under investigation. Aerokinetics has been one of the cars that has been pinged. So has Backmarker Racing Orange.
Just saying that there, Alex, no further action on the incident. Cars moving across each other's path as the track narrows there. So Stuart's obviously deciding that there wasn't much to work up about on that one. I've also just realised, right, we were on about Eric Staropoli and Aerokinetics and how they're not able to bring in that gap. Of course they're not going to be able to bring in that gap. They pitted right on that cusp of how long these GT3 cars are going to be able to take in terms of fuel-wise. So they'll be running to a pace. I think they're running to the pace that they've got, which is 130s, which means that Ryan Fritz, Janis Albert, they'll be really powering down because they can do 128s and 129s. But again, they still have to pit here. So that's going to be the question here. Where is this all going to go out here? Because you're seeing the lap times there about a second to a second and a half slower, but Staropoli has done all the pit stops that he needs.
Yeah, and now that gap, that's 35 seconds between the race leader and 4th place. So whether this significant undercut is going to pay dividends, because Eric Staropoli, that in the 98 Aerokinetics car, pitted on lap number 180. Fritz and Albert pitted on lap number 105, and we are now on to their 24th lap of this stint. And Fritz and Albert, because of the fact that they are, if they haven't got the assistance of backmarket traffic, they're running in the mid 130. Well, Albert just took nearly 0.6 out of Fritz on that last lap, 1 minute 30.64 for the race leader. 1 minute 30.05 for second position. Gap now between them is 5.5 of a second, and closing. Now it's expanding a little bit. So if someone gets a bit more of a helping hand with the back market traffic, namely Janis Albert, this could bring him right back into the mix if Ryan Fritz gets compromised. But also this could swing the pendulum to the way of maybe even Patrick Gannon and also Eric Staropoli in terms of the overall race victory.
But the thing with Gannon has to pit as well again. So he's on 4 pit stops, and it's 5 minimum for the race. So Gannon, as I see it, doesn't have any contention. I mean, he's 11 seconds off the pace. He did pit 3 laps later, but I don't see him being enough. If anything, you've got the likes of Bennett Parsons, who's in the GT3 AM fight. But again, what I love about multi-class endurance racing, Alex, is the fact that we're 3.5 hours into a 4-hour race and we're working out all these mad theories and how things are going to go. It's just awesome stuff.
Yeah, and now we see the battle for 3rd position in GT4. ATRS Academy FTR, less than about 0.3 of a second behind Beehive in the 207. This is the battle for P3 in the class. Huge ass at the moment in the 237. Sven Demel still leading the way, but has only done 4 pit stops. Harold Stadler, in the meantime, for Brabham Esports Hissing Sid, is 31 seconds off, but has done 2 more pit stops. The last one from them was on lap 119, There's now the race leaders starting to get a bit of back marker traffic. There's also the 24, that's Stephen Jones, who's just gone through from back marker Razzle Dazzle Racing. Well, that car now currently sitting in 8th position overall, so that can probably put it in the top 6. As now through goes ATRS Academy FTR on Beehive, and that is very, very close for comfort. But Tom Mayle gets the move done on Jason Landry, who's going to come back at him through the Parabolica. The 207 McLaren towards the outside, gets the side draft neatly through the Parabolica. Tom Mayle is going to look to the inside, into the Spitzkarre, goes late on the brakes. Landry gets the undercut, and now it's going to be side by side between the two. The McLaren's going to have the advantage as it now picks up the racing line and pulls past down this long straightaway in towards Mobile 1, but Tom Mayle is not allowing Jason Landry to breathe.
Fascinating stuff, and they sent up the inside again. Oh, that was evasive action there from the McLaren. Had to lift up and let that car through. Ooh, that was forceful, I think it's safe to say, from the Mercedes, but either way, it's done, it's dusted, and job done for that car.
No, it's not.
Yep.
No.
Immediately gets it done.
Landry got through on him. Did Landry get through on him? Because they were side by side through the penultimate right-hander. I'm just going to have a look on the timing. Landry did get through, and now they're side by side. Mayle's going to have the inside run through into the Nord curve, but Landry keeps it pinned. They are nearly rubbing paint, front to rear bumper, going through turn 1, and now the short shoot down to turns 2 and 3 into the Einfahrt Parabolica. That looks like that is the 23 of RPM Racing's Patrick Gannon just behind, who's now going to have to circumnavigate his way through. Keeps to the inside on the Parabolica. Landry tries to close off the door. Tom Mayle trying to get a little bit of slipstream from the GT3 that literally powers away into the distance. But this battle for 3rd place, this is absolutely captivating. And folks, we've got less than 25 minutes to go, but look at what's happening at the front. FTR Esports and Brabham Esports less than 0.4 of a second apart for the overall race lead. They still have to do a pit stop, and Aerokinetics now are about 36 seconds or so off of the top 2. And there is also now, there's been an incident, and what's more, David Christie, it's between the 2 race leaders. It's incident 24, it's under investigation.
Well, there we go, let's see what's happened there. While we're checking that, huge news for Gonyo Autosport, who have now got that 3rd position from FTR TCR, Esports TCR, and just to say that, FTR take the position back. So, well, short-lived happiness there for Gonyo Autosport. They were doing so well. Yeah. So what on earth has happened with their leaders then? Did they come into contact?
Not too sure. No further action. Might have been a racing incident. But, yeah, looks like it was a racing incident. Oh, someone spun! Now, that might have been the 111. Mark Baxter Jones, possibly.
No, it's the 157 of Will Coffey.
Oh, dearie me. And he was just going into, and now there's another incident under investigation. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle and THLF Esports, the 172. So it's now about what is going to happen over the next few moments. There is nearly a little touch between Christopher Cook, and that was one of the Porsches. Now the battle for P3 again reignites between Beehive and ATRS Academy FTR. 22 minutes on the clock remaining. Hearts are in the mouths right here in the commentary box here with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and David Christie. We've had the safety car breeding safety car period, so now we're back to what we saw for the first 2 hours. Wall to wall, bumper to bumper racing. Yannis Albert is taking fractions of time out of Ryan Fritz. Now, the other thing that I'm going to say here, David, looking at the pit stops from the 2 leaders, Ryan Fritz was in the pits for nearly 5 seconds longer than Yannis Albert. So could this give Brabham Esports an opportunity? And I must be completely honest, the comeback from, and now look at this for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, Rachel Congoli, currently 1 minute and 15 down off of 11/10 Racing Team, but more importantly, they are third in GT3 AM. And also, Saoirse Fitzpatrick has also been on the comeback trail, and both cars are now rounding out the top 11 overall.
What a finish to this race. This is absolutely nuts. Gaudio Autosports still onto the back of FTR Esports TCR. That is, though, Yannis Albert there for Brabham Esports still.
Oh, right.
There you go, pit stop. FTR into the pit, so that is the first car to blink. Yannis will be in next lap, absolutely guaranteed there. Well, there we go. That is a turn up for the book. So here we go. Watch Eric Staropoli.
Yeah, now also got to keep an eye on how long. Right, Fritz has pitted. Now is stationary. How long is this pit stop? Is going to be the more crucial point. 10 seconds. Now, it's going to depend on how long. Ryan Fritz is going to be stationary. 17.2 seconds. So, and now he's going to try and make his way out of the pit lane. Eric Staropoli, you do not need to make mistakes like that. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle gets a 10-second time penalty for passing a car overtaking a vehicle before the start-finish line on a restart. Oh dear. That is a no-no with regards to that kind of side of things. But I'm now looking at the gap between, so FTR Esports GT3, 16.7 seconds behind RPM Racing. So it's now dependent on how long Yannis Albert will be in the pits. But then we've also got to consider that there may be another couple of laps before Patrick Gannon pits. Now, Yannis Albert from Brabham Esports comes into pit lane. How long is the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo 2020 going to be stationary in the pit box? That's the crucial point. Now stops. The timer started 3 or 4 seconds ago. This is going to be down to the wire. And there is Ryan Fritz. Richard Gawthorpe has just been in touch again. And now, Brabham Esports, we're in the pits for 15.7 seconds. There is Ryan Fritz. And Brabham Esports have done it. Brabham Esports have gotten out before FTR. So that shorter previous pit stop of 21.5 seconds has given Brabham Esports the lifeline they needed.
Oh, this is dramatic, because obviously now Yannis Albert, his tyres have cooled. He's just out the pit stop. Ryan Fritz's tyres are going to be up to temperature, and Fritz has had the pace over the race over Yannis Albert if it wasn't for that fuel saving. So we'll see what happens here, but I think Fritz is going to be very quickly onto the back end of that Brabham Esports machine here, and we are going to have a real fight to the end of this race here.
Right, Eric Staropoli from Aerokinetics now is less than 13 seconds away. Just been informed by FTR Esports Richard Gawthorpe, the teammate of Ryan Fritz, saying that crew chief gave us nothing at all, so we had to take a stab in the dark. And now Bennett Parsons. So THLF Esports having the briefest of forays into the race lead. Now pits from the race lead of not just the overall race lead, but also from GT3 AM. As now we've got Tom Mayle. That's Patrick Gannon, who was in the pits for just over 17.5 seconds. So that could more than likely secure them possibly third position. But Aerokinetics well, Eric Starapoli had a howler of a previous lap, 1 minute and 42 seconds. So 98 Porsche was on the cusp of maybe getting an opportunity to get through. And now Goryeo Autosport, with damaged left front suspension and all, are leading FTR Esports TCR. The gap is increasing between second and third, with David Johansson behind the wheel of the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix Hyundai Elantra NTCR. But damaged suspension and all, it has been an absolutely brilliant performance for Scotland's Daniel White. Now we go back to what has become the battle for effectively the race lead in GT4. Beehive versus ATRS Academy FTR, and right on their 6 looks to be the number 98 of Eric Staropoli. But Yannis Albert does not need to make a mistake. He's just had an off track. There's another incident at 3 hours and 3:49 is the time index between Aerokinetics and Brabham Esports Hissing Sid. Well, the playbook has been ripped up and torn asunder in this race. No one could have predicted what we were going to have, and David, we've got less than 15 minutes on the timer remaining.
Let's go! I'm so excited right now, I'll be honest with you. I am on the edge of my seat. I'm literally leaning forward, enjoying all of this action right now. Cracking fight we've got going on for the GT4 lead, and a cracking fight we've got going on for the GT3 Pro lead as well, because Ryan Fritz now takes that gap down to just over a second. Took 0.4 of a second out of Yannis Albert for Brabham Esports on that last lap round there, but his GT4's his ATRS Academy. FTR Tom Malley onto the back end right now. Jason Landry here. We've got just over 14 minutes left to go, Alex. And again, as much as we couldn't have predicted anything that happened in the race so far, God only knows what is going to happen in these final 10 minutes.
Your guess is as good as mine, David, because now you can basically sweep everything that's happened over the last 3 hours and 46 minutes like under the carpet, and now wait for what happens next, because Tom Mayle has been an absolute stalwart for ATRS Academy FTR. Jason Landry has been doing exactly the same for Beehive. Now, what could this mean in the terms of the championship permutations? Well, the thing is, ATRS Academy did not have a great first season. Oh, Aeronetics are out. Aeronetics have just had a drive-through for avoidable contact. That scuppers a top 5 finish as it's getting all fruity in the lead battle for GT4 and into the Einfahrt Parabolica. Tom Mayle gets through on Jason Landry, and that was one of the prismatic motorsport cars just going through. That's the one for Sisha Fitzpatrick, and that would be the I think that is the Minerva car, and now they're rubbing paint. This is getting fruity. GT4 is about to explode right about now, David.
Let's go. GT4's taking bottles and knives to each other right now. Let's absolutely have this in the final 10 minutes. Brilliant stuff here. And yeah, absolutely loving it. However, Fritz is starting to back off 1.6 seconds, so he's lost 0.7 of a second there. Actually, whoa, what a send!
Tom Mayle.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, but then he's just gone wide. Tom Landry's going to be round the outside of the Sachs curver and get the lead back, and he's lost the contact.
He hasn't lost it. He got hit. That was a hit from Tom Malley, who took too much power in there, and that is absolute heartache for Jason Landry in that Beehive. I get the impression that that cockpit of that McLaren is going to be bright red.
Yeah, with the red mist. And Richard Cawthorne just said that Ryan Fritz's butt kicker updater just blacked out his screen. So that's why he's backed off. He couldn't see what was going on. And that has, well, oh, hang on a second. Because of that, Huge ass have just gone through. So we're going to get a replay from a side-on camera shot. So Landry to the outside. There is the slightest of touches. Slightest of touches. But, I mean, in your honest opinion, David, was there room for Tom Mayle if he parked it on the apex curbing? Would that been seen as a move, possibly?
For me, that's all on ATRS, because that Mercedes was. You saw how out of control he was coming out of the previous corner, and he was determined he was going to get that car into that position. For me, I think that was on the Mercedes, but again, that's just an uninformed opinion of a commentator. I think that he was never there was never a position there, or the position closed on him. I don't know. I just don't see where that could have realistically been a move.
Sometimes it's always good to get a second angle on that, but Brabham Esports, Yannis Albert has done all the hard work. He's been in that car from the minute the lights went out nearly 3 hours and 50 minutes ago. 10 minutes on the timer. That's 600 seconds of racing here at the Hockenheim Ring outer circuit variation, 4.35 kilometers. We are about to complete lap number 141. Nearly 614 kilometers completed, 380 miles so far, and now we ride on board. I love this camera shot where you get the real visceral feel. You don't see any clarity on the dashboard. You see that blocky, blurred vision with the rear view camera very much front and center in the middle of the dashboard, and that rumble of that 6.2 litre naturally aspirated V8 engine powering this Affalterbach behemoth around this circuit. And I have to say, Yannis Albert, despite having, David, Beehive, that incident between ATRS and Beehive now under investigation as we speak, so that might be quickly looked over, and what may come of it is down to what the stewards decide. They will look through every single angle. What that incident meant is that Beehive dropped to third place behind the 237 of Sven Demmel from Hujas in the GT4 class, so I think we might get confirmation of what might be the eventual result of that, what could decide the GT4 race victory very shortly.
I have a suspicion that Yannis Albert might be trying to fuel save a little bit here, given that we've got 9 minutes left to go. That pace on that car is absolutely shocking compared to the pace that Ryan Fritz has got right now. He is pushing, but Fritz just took out about 0.6 of a second on that last lap there, and it's not like Albert is slow. Goes across the line, 128.60, 128.15. Yeah, so we have got a race on our hands, and we've only got 6 minutes left to go.
Yeah, we'll find out what happens. But one of the things that Yannis Albert could do, and I'll be completely honest here, David, backmarker traffic could play a hand in this race victory. Well, would you look at that? Fastest lap of the race in the TCR class. Look at that. That's absolutely brilliant stuff from Daniel White. He's just put in the fastest lap of the TCR class all race long with under 8 minutes to go. 1 minute 38.717. And his teammate Akram has just said a little bit earlier, Daniel White is going to get P2 with 15 degrees camber on the front left. If that happens, my goodness me, that'll be a story that I don't think we'll forget this season. One of the best comebacks so far. But we concentrate back on the race lead through the Sachs Curva. And now Ryan Fritz waiting for the opportunity, and he's going to try and go through on the penultimate right-hander. Albert keeps it pinned to the outside. They're going to go through the 12th and final corner. And there we go. The Fritz has made it work.
I'm positive. And again, this is just a sneaky suspicion. I think that that car is not going to make it, or it's borderline making it to the end. That was too easy for Yannis Albert. He might be wanting to try and get a couple of laps of saving fuel behind that FTR Esports GT3 and then pull the pin. But if the FTR Esports does pull away, then it's game over. But look at this. You'll see right here, right? Closing. If Yannis doesn't make a move here, it's 100% fuel saving. There you go.
You're right.
That's it. Yep.
He brakes at the 150 meter board straight away without any hesitation. So yeah, I think you're spot on with that analysis there, David.
Can I just point out, I love those rare moments when I actually sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Well, sometimes you do get it right, sometimes you do get it wrong. But hey, there's always that 50-50 opportunity. There's that 50-50. Now Yannis Albert again. Earlier on the brakes in comparison with Ryan Fritz. Ryan Fritz goes a little bit wide coming out of Mobile 1. Now into the Sachs curver. Tighter line taken. A bit more curbing used by Yannis Albert. But he's got to just make sure that he keeps it nice and tidy. Keep it on the racing line. Don't make any unforced errors. Because if he does... And yeah, a little bit of a run on the grass for Ryan Fritz with the left rear dropping outside of the green AstroTurf. Yeah, I mean now that gap is starting to extend because Ryan Fritz was nearly 2.5 tenths quicker on that last lap. But in the brakes, in the braking zone, especially into the Einfahrt Parabolica, you know, Yannis Albert has got it measured on the brakes. But now again, we're going to see that closing speed happen again. There's going to be there's a GT4 up ahead, I believe. That is the case. That is a Mercedes. Oh, right. Oh, dearie me. So, by the end of lap number 137, ATRS Academy have been informed they have to give the place back to Beehive. Otherwise, they face a 10-second time penalty.
That's already done then. They've already done that. And, oh, man. It's going to be bittersweet because obviously it's still punishment, but it does cost them the incredible performance that they had. So hey, this is Motorsport, swings and roundabouts is what it is. So Tom Malley has to try and do that again, and I think that might be it done for Barber Esports. I don't see them getting right back onto the tail end of FTR Esports. I think that car, like I said, was borderline for fuel, although it immediately takes out 0.5 of a second. Okay, this is getting a bit strange.
Well, the thing is, I think you might be right in what you said. Save fuel for a couple of laps, put it onto full fuel mode, and then go for it. Because that gap under braking was incredibly close. But also the thing is that Ryan Fritz was, as you said, the best part of nearly half a second quicker. Yannis Albert is now within half a second of it. Now it's 3.5 tenths. Under braking, Yannis Albert has got that car turning on a sixpence. Nearly, there was a slight glance between Beehive and ATRS again, but at least not the. Yeah, not. It was like bumper to bumper. It's like, yeah, let's give you a little love tap. But Brabham Esports, I think now, Yannis Albert, we're coming down to the last 2.5 minutes. That will probably give us 2 to 3 laps of racing. Once, ladies and gentlemen, we see the white flag on both sides of the timer, that means it will be the final lap. So now it's dependent on what's going to happen. But Yannis Albert has now dropped to just over a second behind. Ryan Fritz has just had the briefest of off-track moments. So I think we're probably going to get 2 laps still to go. Yannis Albert, last time around, was slightly quicker. I think now Yannis Albert is trying to put on the attack, and Ryan Fritz is responding in kind.
I think you're spot on. The pair of them are going to be very, very close in terms of fuel, in terms of the strategy going on. But this is a brilliant little fight here. ATRS Academy onto the back then. Tom Malley trying to get onto the back of Jason Landry here. And as well, Gorio Autosport just 0.5 of a second behind Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. What has happened to Prismatic Saoirse Fitzpatrick? She's went off track, and that is going to drop that car out of the positions there. So that amazing recovery drive from Prismatic kind of being undone here. What a finish this race. So we're going to have one lap left after this one. I don't know what is going to happen here. It's going to come to blows. One of these cars is going to end up in the wall, 100%.
It'd be like T2-on-Ts and Chuck Liddell and the UFC all over again if Yannis Albert is able to pull the pin. ATRS still trying to put the frighteners on Beehive as we're into the final 40 seconds of the race itself. And the two leaders now 1.2 seconds apart. I think Yannis Albert knew he had one chance at it, and that chance has not happened. That gap now is expanded to 1.1 seconds. So 20 seconds to go until we hit 4 hours of racing here at the Hockenheim Ring, just off of the Rhine Valley. And Ryan Fritz, Richard Cawthorne, despite the guesswork after crew chief didn't give them an idea of how much fuel they needed to put into that Porsche, that extra couple of seconds has helped them. Maybe if Yannis Albert had stayed in the pits for maybe another 3 or 4 seconds, that could have been the difference, but it was not to be. So we are on our way to complete 148 laps in the next 30 or so seconds, and there's a that back marker has just effectively sealed it, despite the best efforts of Yannis Albert, who I have to say has done a sterling job for Brabham Esports. I hope that his team boss David Brabham will have gone like, and now the checkered flag is out. It is FTR Esports GT3 that win the pro category by 1.5 seconds ahead of Brabham Esports. Ryder Racing Panda ran out the top 5, and well,
it's fine, it'll buff out.
Polish, yeah, they can do a rebuild, but Bennett Parsons brings THLF Esports around the final corner. They are going to pick up the win in GT3 AM. It's Hugh Jass in the 237 that win GT4 ahead of Beehive and ATRS Academy. Oh! And Gorio Autosport have got second on the final lap of the race. And there is Impulse Racing, and there is drama. Oh, hang on a second. Was that the race leader? Was that the race leader?
No.
Was that the race leader in TCR?
That was Eli Neal.
And that has got 3 wheels on that wagon. He's going to crawl that.
He might be okay. He's a minute and a half ahead of Gorio Autosport, but my good God, what just happened? Please tell me that was not a car celebrating.
No,
I think that was a car just spinning.
David Johansson has lost it.
Oh man, is he going to get that car around? That's the question.
That is the big
That's it! That's Gorio, isn't it?
Gorio.
Oh, Gorio's already got across, yeah, so
yeah,
that's
they've got across the line. They were nearly, they were a lap down. They were a lap down because of the time differential. You know, TCRs were running at 1 minute 4. Well, 1 minute 38.
FTR haven't finished. Oh, they have just got across now, yeah. So they went in the pit lane.
Impulse Racing have just suffered a Lewis Hamilton style victory with 3 wheels on the wagon. They've got across the line, because if they don't, then what could that have meant? I mean, you can hear the wheel like literally rumbling across. So Impulse Racing, getting the biggest scare of their lives, have just won the TCR class. Well,
There we go. Goodness me, Alex. What a race. What a race that was.
Can I just say, I'm going to say 2 words, courtesy of Austin Powers. I'm spent. That was ridiculous. That race, hand on heart. I mean, you and I have commentated on a lot of endurance races, on a lot of different platforms. I think in my sim racing commentary career, I have never seen anything like this. Absolutely madness.
It was great because the quality of racing was just on another level. This is what I liked about the first one. And when you get a 4-hour race with drivers that are just, really pushing it, and they're not dirty, they're not like battering each other about. Yeah, there's contacts every now and again, but it's dealt with by race control. That was an absolute privilege to get involved with, and I cannot wait to hear from some of the drivers.
Yeah, it has been a very, very, very busy night. We have to say a big thank you to the likes of Nick, James, and Alex behind the scenes with regards to getting in touch with us to give us the information. But I mean, the thing is, we do want to catch up with some of the drivers, but I think there is someone already requesting an interview. I think we might have to see if you know what? I mean, if we can get Yanis Albert from Brabham Esports, because he's contacted us directly. I'll just. Are
you sliding into his DMs as we speak?
No. I'm sliding into the contact commentators side of things. Okay. The broadcast waiting.
It's
right. Okay.
Done.
Yeah, it's got to be done.
Asking you shall receive.
Exactly. So, I think without further ado, let's see if we can get him in. Yanis, so close. I mean, you had a big task ahead of you. You did the whole race, so credit to you first of all. What was the strategy after the 3 safety car phases we had?
Good evening. The strategy after the safety car was just completely in the bin. As you know, I led by like 16 seconds before the safety car, and then it just all went downhill. And like after the first, I got overtaken pretty quickly. In the second, I already was like a few cars behind leader, and just kept on getting worse. Tried to undercut Ryan, but he was just too quick in the last sector, so I just couldn't pull away. Yeah, unfortunate.
But still, to get P2 after what was a difficult first race at Road America should hopefully be a little bit more of an upward trend from now, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, Road America is something to forget. We had a hallway failure by Calvin Dent, and then just had to retire, unfortunately. But like, this is the pace we can do. Could have won today, but yeah.
Well, Yanis, thank you for providing us with one hell of an entertaining race right to the flag in GT3 Pro, and we'll see you in 3 weeks at Barber Motorsports Park. So thanks for tonight, and thanks for talking to us.
Yep, see you guys.
So from Yanis Albert, I think, David, I'll hand over to you for our GT3 Pro winners.
Thanks very much. We've got Ryan Fritz in with us, and Ryan, that was a wild race there. A huge congratulations to FTR Esports GT3, but you were made to fight for it the entirety of the way through.
Yeah, it was a tough race. I mean, Yanis was bullying us the whole time, and I had to, try and use the agility of the Porsche to just get through that stadium section and gain a bunch of time. But luckily in the end, even though we had a couple of big issues, like we didn't have a really big failure on losing time or anything like that. So it was a good race.
And Richard, from yourself, you were giving us all the status updates all the way through the race there. I mean, short of throwing the kitchen sink at Yanis Albert, what more could you guys have done?
We crossed the line with a bit too much fuel, so we could have probably saved a bit of. It would have made our stop a bit shorter, and then maybe we could have kept up with Yanis then after the stops. But I don't know. Obviously, he would have won without the safety car period, so he's obviously very unlucky for that. But it was a great race. It was really fun.
Obviously, on that note, there was a couple of times where Yanis did appear to kind of move over. Were you guys caught a little bit surprised by that, or did you realise that there was maybe fuel saving on the?
Maybe he was worried that we were saving behind him, but to be honest, we weren't getting the chance to save because we were so slow in a straight line. Because we sort of medium-high downforce setup, so Yanis was just a rocket in a straight line. We couldn't save because we were just trying to keep up in the straights. But he obviously tried to save some fuel to jump us in the pits, which he managed. But yeah, Ryan did a great job. I think Yanis got held up at some point, and that got Ryan right back in the draft, and then he was able to get it done from there.
And just finally as well, obviously we've got an entire season to go here. What are the remaining races like for yourselves?
Barber's going to be fairly new to me. I have driven it a few times, but I don't know how that's going to work out. Belle is going to be a bit of a lottery, obviously. That's the double header, so that could change a lot of things. Just a bit of bad luck could ruin your season there. There's a long way to go, so we're not going to get too caught up yet. I know that Brabham guys are really fast, and I'm sure they'll be picking up wins as the season goes on. So we'll just try and be as consistent as we can.
Excellent stuff. Just finally, guys, do you have any sponsors or friends, family you want to say thanks for?
Shout out to the team, FTR, the guys that were watching. Thanks for supporting. Good feeling to get our first win.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations, guys, and all the best. We'll see you next month.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
So there we go, and we'll go and very quickly have a chat with Bennett Parsons, our Pro-Am winner. Alex, we'll throw that over to you.
Yeah, I mean, Bennett, firstly, you guys have been in the war, you and Tom, all the way through tonight, but still to get the W here at Hockenheim, it wasn't an easy one, was it?
No, it was not. It was not. We definitely had our issues going into this. We had our spin, we had a drive-through, we had a few warnings for incidents we could have avoided, I guess, but in it was quite hard situations, but through and through it was really fun, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just you; it was Tom Canach, your teammate, who will hopefully try and get a word with as well. Tom, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear. I can hear you.
It was a very, very difficult race for you, you and Bennett, both of you. But to come away with a fantastic win here at Hockenheim, despite all the trials and tribulations, must give you a bit of a boost in confidence going into the next round.
Yeah, for sure. The first race was quite a bummer for us because we didn't even participate in the first round. But now at the second round, to come back here at Hockenheim and just win the GT4 class is just amazing. With 4th overall, pretty good result.
Yeah, and guys, just next up we've got Barber Motorsports Park. How are you both going to feel about that one?
I haven't driven the track actually yet, so I have to learn the track completely. But I think it can be a good track for me or for us. So we are going to do it as much as we can to win the next race too.
And Bennett, your thoughts about it?
It's going to be interesting. It's not a track I particularly prefer, but in the end, you just have to practice, put the time in, and get your laps down. So just practice until next month, and hopefully we'll get similar results.
Well, Bennett and Tom, congratulations on your win, and thank you very much for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
So, David, good to hear from our respective winners from those particular side of things. But your final thoughts after what's been an absolutely mental race here in Germany?
Oh my good lord, that was just so intense. I mean, the great thing is that we've had, more than our fair share of value, of entertainment, of action, of chaos. Things went a lot smoother under the safety car. So great to see that a lot of things have come on in leaps and bounds. The drivers really getting to grips with these new handling characteristics and new damage model. I think that there is going to be a lot to play for in this season ahead, and my goodness me, am I excited.
Yeah, so that's a wrap here from the Rhine Valley here in Germany. And then in 3 weeks' time, we go to Sweet Home, Alabama for Barber Motorsports Park for round 3 of the FTR events Sim 3D GT season. On behalf of Daniel Costello, who's been an absolute magician behind the cameras here tonight, and on behalf of my good friend, my Scottish Bay, Mr. David Christie. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you same place, same time in 3 weeks when we go back to the United States. Until next time, thanks for watching and good night.